pagi untuk kita semua. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this very occasion, allow me to welcome each and every one of you to the 2021 International Webinar on Language and Arts. In celebrating multilingualism and multiculturalism in language, arts, and education, hosted by the Department of Arts and Language Education of the University of Mataram's Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, FKIP as we usually call ourselves in Indonesia. Saturday, the 30th of October, 2021. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to extend our warmest greeting to our eminent guest, His Excellency, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Mataram, represented by the Vice Deans of Academic Affairs of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Bapak Dr. Gunawan MPD, and the Honorable Head of the Department of Arts and Language Education, Bapak Dr. Amrullah MPD. Using this opportunity, we would also like to recognize and welcome our honorable keynote speakers and moderators for today. For speakers, we would like to welcome Mrs. Charlene Weber-Smith, MA TESOL from Australia, Mr. E. Huan Yik, MSc, MEd from Australia, Professor Dr. Ilza Mayumi, MA from Indonesia, Dr. Andes Haji Kamaluddin Yusro, MA, PhD from Indonesia, Professor Haji Mahyuni, MA, PhD from Indonesia, Dr. Johan Mahyudi, MPD from Indonesia. And for moderators, we would like to welcome Dr. Haji Muhammad Amin M. TESOL from Indonesia, Ibu Yuni Budi Lestari MA PhD from Indonesia, Dr. Santi Parmasari MA M. TESOL from Indonesia, and Dr. Amrullah MPD from Indonesia. Thank you for joining us today, and once again, welcome to the 2021 International Webinar on Language and Arts. Together, let us open this international webinar by reciting the Basmala. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, as a form of gratitude for the country which has served us for so many years, we would like to start this international webinar with something that reminds us of our homeland country, Indonesia. Therefore, we would like to invite all excellencies, distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly join us as we sing the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia Raya. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, we are going to listen to the welcoming speech from the head of the Department of Arts and Language Education. Without further ado, please be invited the head of the Department of Arts and Language Education, Bapak Dr. Amrullah MPD.
Lupa. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. The Honorable, the Dean of Teacher Training Education Faculty, University of Mataram. The Honorable, the Vice Dean 1 of Teacher Training Education Faculty, University of Mataram. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of Head Department of Art and Language Education, I would like to welcome all of you to the 2021 International Webinar on Language and Art. This webinar event held in commemoration of the October 28th Language Month, which was celebrated 2 days ago. The topic of the celebration is celebrating multilingualism and multiculturalism in language, art, and education. I also express my deepest gratitude to the 5 speakers who have taken the time to share their knowledge in this webinar. Let me introduce them. The first one is Mrs. Serlyn Weber-Smith, MA TESOL, from Australia. The second is Mr. Li Huan Yik, MSc MED from Australia. The third one is Mrs. Professor Dr. Hajjah Ilza Mayuni, MA from State University of Jakarta. The fourth one is Mr. Professor Dr. Andes Haji Mahyuni, MA PhD from University of Mataram. The fifth one is Mr. Dr. Andes Haji Kamaluddin Esra Kamaluddin Yusra, MA PhD from University of Mataram. The last speaker is Mr. Dr. Johan Mahyudi, MPD from University of Mataram. Our censors, thanks to you. I also wish to thank the committee who have organized this event. I'm especially thanks to all participants, wherever you are. Thank you for being here with us today. We wouldn't have been here without your participation. Finally, before I close my welcome speech, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Gunawan MPD, the Vice Dean 1, to deliver his remark and then open the international webinar. Once again, welcome and thank you very much for your attending this webinar. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Who's yours? Excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor to have the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of Teacher Training and Education, the University of Mataram, Dr. Gunawan MPD, who is currently representing the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the University of Mataram, to deliver his opening speech. And afterwards, we would like to request the Vice Dean to officially open the 2021 International Webinar on Language and Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gunawan MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this seminars. It is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the 20 and 21 international webinars on language and art. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to all of the keynote speakers at these seminars who generously helped us make these seminars come true. Professor Dr. Ilza Mayumi, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Mahyuni from Indonesia. Mrs. Charlene Weber-Smith from Australia. Mr. Lee Hwan Yik from Australia. Dr. Kamaluddin Yusra and Dr. Johan Mahyudi from Indonesia. I would also like to express my appreciation to the head of the Department of Art and Language Education and team who worked hard to prepare these seminars. Dr. Amrullah, Dr. Santi, Dr. Amin, Dr. Yuni, and others department crew. We could not have done it without you. In today's seminar, we would learn about multilingualism and multiculturalism in language, art, and education. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is a large country with various religions, ethnicities, culture, and language. This can be a potential for the advancement of civilization, as well as a challenge and a threat to the survival of the nation and state. As an educational institution, it is our collective duty to ensure that this diversity and difference is a potential to advance and compete with other nations. I hope these seminars will help us to be better, respect ourselves and others, appreciate differences, and discover the potential for achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, one of John Garner quotes said, "Life, the art drawing without an erasers." If we have saved and lived something, then we can do next is decorate what we have lived into something beautiful and meaningful. As Aristotle said, that beauty is something good and pleasant. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time. By reading Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 2021 International Webinars on Language and Art. I need to hand over it to Ms. Talia, today's MC in the seminars. I would like to say once more on behalf of the seminar organizer, welcome. It is great to see so many of you here. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Gunawan MPD. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. As this webinar has officially been opened, we will now start our session on language and arts. At this moment, we would like to inform you that this webinar will have 4 different sessions moderated by 4 of our prominent moderators. And now, without further ado, please help me welcome the honorable moderator for the first session, Dr. Haji Muhammad Amin M. Tesol.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Very good morning, everyone. I hope that we find you in good health. Alhamdulillah, so we can meet today in this 2021 international webinar on language and arts under the theme of celebrating multilingualism and multiculturalism in language, arts, and education. And I'm very happy to be the moderator of our first speaker here, Mrs. Charlene Weber-Smith. Before she presents her topic on teaching English to young learners, linking local culture and language, I'd like to read her brief CV, because if you read the whole CV of hers, there are 11 pages, it would be too long. Mrs. Charlene Weber-Smith earned his Bachelor in Education in 1997, and then her Master of TESOL, Teaching English to Speaker of Other Languages, in 2019. But between her Bachelor degree in Education and Master of TESOL, she has been involved in many teaching activities. So 22 years experience of educating children, not only in Australian schools, but what is special about her is that she's been involved also in teaching children in Indonesian schools, several Indonesian schools, in Kalimantan, in Bali, and also in Jakarta. She also had the opportunity to teach young learners in Cambodia. So with her experience in teaching children, teaching and educating children, not only in Australia, but also in other countries, I think we are going to hear a lot of important and new insights about how to teach children, how to teach English to young learners, and in this case, how to make use of the local culture and language in order to facilitate young learners in learning English. We have the time until 9:40. So I think we're going to provide 10 minutes for question and answers. Mrs. Charlene, Ibu Charlene, so we provide you time until 9:30 for your presentation, about 42 minutes. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Charlene Weber-Smith. And now the mic and the Charlene is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to this amazing webinar. I'm really loving the theme for today's webinar as well. So I'm very honoured and very privileged to be able to join with you all today. I've been given a very kind introduction. I do apologise for joining a bit late. I'm working in Kuta in Lombok, and when it rains here, the internet is very, very unreliable. So I have just driven around most of Kuta trying to find some Wi-Fi so that I can present to you. So I apologise for my delay. So my role at the moment is I have done some guest presentations with Pak Amin once before. So and I really enjoyed doing that, and I'm very grateful to be given another chance to present to you all on behalf of Mataram University. But my other roles in Lombok at the moment is that I am teaching in a small community international school. We are very much at the beginning stage of our school. So the school was established 4 years ago, And so where we are presently at the moment is we are finding our way out of this pandemic and trying to establish ourselves so that we can move on to our next chapter in our school history. So I have been brought here to try and support the teachers. So our teachers are mostly Indonesian, and I know that several of them have had Pak Amin as their lecturer. And I believe that he has very high standing in Lombok as a very well-regarded lecturer. So I can certainly see the legacy of Pak Amin in his previous students, because they are now some of the people that work in our particular school at the moment. So as Pak Amin mentioned, I have worked in other parts of Indonesia, and my reasons for coming here are probably just my curiosity about wanting to know about culture. And for me, that's always been the case. So ever since I was little, when I was growing up in Australia, I grew up in a very small community, which was a community made up of people who came from a part of Europe in the 1800s, who were refugees in a way. So they were being persecuted for their religious beliefs. So my heritage is a religion called, so it's a Christian basis, but it's known as Lutheran, and so Protestant. And so my ancestors came to Australia in the mid-1800s to escape the persecution that was happening in the country that's now known as Poland and a little bit of Germany, but then it was known as Prussia. So, and so my heritage was that I grew up hearing a language that wasn't just English. It was a dialect of German that my family used and my community used. And I heard that throughout my childhood until I had to leave, until my family left that community when I was 7 years old. So I was transported from a very small insular community with very traditional beliefs, a very conservative community where people stayed together and they practiced their beliefs very closely, and moved to another part of Australia, which was very Anglo-centric. So even though I look like I look like a European and I speak my native language is English, I grew up hearing another language as well as English. So what I found interesting was that when my family moved away from that community, they stopped speaking that language, they stopped speaking that dialect. And over time, it wasn't used in our family at all. And I was always curious about that as a child, because I wondered whether that would impact the way that we practice our culture as well. So culture, one of the things is language, which is integrated in it, but there's many other facets to culture as well. And when Pak Amin and I met several times before this webinar, we were talking about what is the impact of culture and how do you look at a culture when you go into another one, and how do you use your own culture to try and make sense of learning a new language and learning new ways. So in 2013, I made a very big decision. I had been working in education in Australia for, I think at that time, about 16 years. And I had been on a trip to Southeast Asia a year earlier, and I loved finding out about how culture worked in other areas. And for some reason, that part of Asia at that stage, it was Vietnam. It really took me to, my imagination started going wild, and I started investigating ways that I could perhaps translate my educational experience in Australia into another context internationally. So it took quite a long time for me to enter international teaching. But in 2013, I was given an opportunity to work in East Kalimantan. There was at that time a campus which was part of a bigger school called Australian. At that time, it was called Australian International School. Now it's known as Australian Independent School, and they had set up a small international school in East Kalimantan. Never heard of it. I really Indonesia. I remember she was Indonesian, married to an Australian. She worked as a laboratory assistant for CSIRO, and she often invited me to her home, and I got to know a little bit about her, but not so much about Indonesia. So in 2013, when I came to Indonesia, it was in the middle of Ramadan. I had never experienced Ramadan in my life, and it was, for me, a big change culturally because I wanted to know more about it. But when I arrived at the international school, I was given some instructions about how to be respectful during the time of Ramadan. And when one of the things that we were told was, please don't eat in front of staff who are fasting. So, the first day that I arrived to work, I didn't eat, and I was very unwell. And so there was a little bit of adjustment to make for me, because I was trying to make sense of a culture that was very different. But I guess what I'm trying to say today in this webinar is that you try and use the culture that you've grown up in to try and compare and try and find similarities and difference in other cultures that you experience. So for me, that first 6 months in Indonesia was a very big culture shock, but I was very driven to want to know more. So my Indonesian friends, who are still my friends, I actually have a very good friend who is now working with me in Kuta. In fact, I managed to headhunt her and tell her that she needed to come over and work with me. So she's now working as the director of early childhood in this school. So she was a wonderful help. She was able to show me how Islam works in her family when it's Ramadan, what happens. Because I suppose coming from Australia and not being exposed to that culture before, I was very tentative about knowing how to try and negotiate and to try and find out more. But I guess what I've learned in all of this is just to keep being curious and to keep asking questions and not make assumptions. So that's probably been the big takeaway for me from being in Indonesia. And I think asking questions has helped me a lot to try and engage with. I do realize that I am a guest in Indonesia. My Indonesian language is very much a work in progress. So I guess I have what I call survival Bahasa Indonesian. Somehow I've managed to still be here in Indonesia, and I'm surviving. And in some ways, I guess I'm thriving too. So last year, in 2020, I had just started a new position in Jakarta. So I was successful in securing a position in Jakarta, and I had just started that position, and I was very excited to be back in Indonesia because I had a 2-year hiatus in Cambodia. I was working as an English coordinator in a non-government organisation, which I absolutely loved, but I felt there was an opportunity that came up to work back in Indonesia, and I felt it was time to come back. I do feel that Indonesia is my second home to an extent. So what happened there was that I started this new position, and the very first case of COVID occurred about 1 kilometre from where I was working. And so as I was starting to find my feet with this new job, the pandemic was starting to become something that was becoming more evident, and it was certainly becoming a reality in the school setting that I was working in. So in March, I had a granddaughter who was born, and I was ready to go to Australia to visit her and to meet her. And so I told my boss, my granddaughter has been born. I'm going back to be with her and to meet her. And so I booked my ticket, and on the following Monday, my leadership team were all on the same flight going back to Australia. The Australian Embassy had advised Australians at that time to make decisions about whether to leave or to stay in Jakarta. So I just took my backpack and thought that I'd just be away for 2 weeks, and left everything in my apartment in Jakarta, thinking I was still in Australia. So, my family were happy to have me back in Australia. For me, it was a bit of a novelty because I hadn't been back in Australia for 7 years. But after a few months, I really missed Indonesia and I really wanted to get back. But unfortunately, in Jakarta, cases were escalating and it wasn't feasible to return. One thing that my family noticed was how much I spoke about Indonesia, and they weren't really sure what Indonesia meant to me when I was over here the first time. But they realized, because I talk about it all the time and I have so many wonderful experiences being in Indonesia, that they realized that Indonesia has a very special place in my heart. So even though my first culture is Australian, the experiences that I've had in Indonesia have now informed my teaching practice to a very strong extent. So I'm going to talk about what culture means and how does it affect us as teachers, and also for early years learners as well. Now, I realise I've only got a short amount of time, so I'm going to talk about what's known as theory of culture. So I have done a course on educational sustainability, and one of the models that they used was called a theory of culture that was developed in the 1970s. And it's using a model called the cultural iceberg. So I'm just going to share that with you. So just bear with me for a moment. And excuse my desktop because I work full time. My desktop looks a bit crowded, so I apologise for that in advance. Okay, so there's my work for this week. Okay. So the model that I'm talking about is based on a model that was called the cultural iceberg. So I've shared this model with Pak Amin. So I hope that there is a way that Pak Amin can share that with the participants today. But what it looks at is, if you think about what an iceberg is, the tip of what you see is only the very small part of the iceberg. There's a greater content of iceberg that's under the surface. So when you're thinking about it in relationship to culture, you have what's known as surface culture and deep culture. And if you Google this model of the cultural iceberg, you'll find that there are many variations. So I've tried to find the one that I believe was introduced to me. And I think this is probably closest to the model that I use in my own teaching practice with early years English learners as well. So when I talk about young English learners, I teach 3-year-olds to 15-year-olds. So I teach a very wide age group, and there are many variances of English learners in those groups, which I'll talk about later. So when we're looking at surface culture, sometimes when I was working in international schools, they would relate to the 5 Fs. So that would include things like food, flags, festivals, fashion. I can't remember what the 5th one was, but it was also looking at things like holidays, music performances. So in a lot of international schools, you might find that before they went to face-to-face, before they went to online learning and they were doing face-to-face learning, they would often have international, because we have a lot of international schools are made up of many groups of people from many countries, they would try and have recognition days of the different cultures in those schools. So a lot of those things involve doing cultural activities. So there would have been an opportunity for people to come dressed up in their national costume. They would have had flag, would have been prepared from different countries. There would have been dances, there would have been games. So a lot of those things are what in this model I referred to as surface culture. So there's sort of the things that if I was a tourist coming into Indonesia, they would be the things that I would see quite easily. But underneath that, there's the deeper culture. There's the things that you can't necessarily see. They're the things that you have to look a little more closely at. And maybe they're things that you can't understand. So I'll talk in a moment about what cultural baggage we bring to our teaching through our own experiences that we've had in our own lives. So looking at things, if we're talking about deep culture, looking at things where your facial expressions, how you use your hands. So when I came to Indonesia in 2013, I was told that if I had to show something to someone, I had to use my thumb, not to point. Is that right, Pak Amin? Yes, he's nodding.
Yes.
Yes, so things that you may not notice if you were coming as a tourist, coming into Indonesia, you may not see those subtle things. The other thing for me is that I write with my left hand. So when I went into traditional Indonesian communities, and I can give an example, when I went for a hike across Borneo, I had to make sure that when I sat down with the local community to eat, and we were eating rice with our hands, that I was using my right hand. So these things may not always be obvious if you come in as a guest or you're just coming in for a short time. Things about gender relationships, so knowing how to address in a respectful tone. So these things became known as I lived in Indonesia. These are things that are important to teach children too. So especially if I'm working in an international context, yes, there's all the food and the flags and the festivals, but there's all of these other things that we also have to teach children too, which are connected through language as well. So even though we're teaching days of the week, months of the year, to be, numbers, all of those facets of language are important too, but it's all of the non-verbal things that students need to learn with language. And you could appreciate that if you're doing online learning with young students, that presents huge challenges. So when I was working in Jakarta last year and we went to online learning platforms, that became a really big issue for us, is how do we work with young students and try and engage them and make sure that they're also using the non-verbal aspects of learning language too. I can see that there are some hands raised, and Pak Amin and I realised that we've only got a short time. What I've done is I've sent my email at the end of this PowerPoint, and Pak Amin and I are going to allow 10 minutes for questions after 30 minutes of my presentation. So I'll try and fill those questions as best as I can. And so if you have your hand raised or you're having something in the chat, I'll try and address those as best as I can. And if I can't do that in the 10 minutes question time, I'll try and respond in writing via email. Other things, aspects to do with beauty and age. So one thing that I also had to negotiate is being able to recognise terms of respect for different age groups. So one thing that I found was really interesting when I came to Indonesia is I would often be asked very early on when someone was new to me and we were getting to know each other. Of course, they'd say, "What's your name?" But it would also be things like, "How old are you?" So this is also something that we work with younger students, is because in some cultures that would be considered inappropriate. So coming from my background in Australia, if you ask a female like me in Australia, "How old are you?" that is someone making a comment about the fact that you're aging too much. So when I came to Indonesia, it took me a little while to realize that people fit so that they know how to address you with respect. So things like your age, your marital status. The other thing I was asked is if I have children. Why am I not? I was asked once, why am I not in Australia looking after my family, looking after my parents? Like, I was asked by one of my colleagues, do I send money back to my parents to make sure that they are okay? Because the extended family, as I understand in Indonesia, is so tightly held. It's such a tight unit. In Australia, the idea of individuality is quite different. So I realized after a little bit of time that these questions were not meant to be intrusive. They were simply questions to place you. So for me as a teacher, they were experiences that I was getting in my own personal time, but they were also things that I would also share with my young English learners, and so that they also understood that there are differences between cultures as well. And Pak Amin and I talked yesterday in our meeting about the transfer of knowledge. So the culture that you come into, your first culture, how do you use it as your platform to try and make sense of new ways of learning? So if you're learning language, how do you use your first culture to work out what's familiar and what's unfamiliar? And how do you use that to try not to make assumptions about things, and to try and ask questions so that you can gain deep learning? Things like your belief system. So another question that I was often asked, and any time that I'm working in Indonesia on my application, it will ask what my religion is. Now in Australia, that's not happening as much anymore. They would still have that on a census. So they have a very big survey that they do in Australia where every Australian citizen has to fill out a census. I think it's every 3 years. I haven't had to do that for a long time. But one of the questions is what religious background do you have? So for Indonesia, that's a very common question that I'm asked. What is your religion? So it's very common here, which I wasn't used to back in Australia, saying, what do you believe in? And being very open to talk about your beliefs. That's one thing that I've learned in Indonesia, is that people are very interested to know, well, what does it mean to have your belief system? So I was raised in a Christian background. So how do I use that culture to try and learn about what it looks like for Muslims? What does it look like for Hindus? What does it look like for Buddhists when I was in Cambodia? So I have in fact found that it's opened up whole new conversations and whole new ways of learning. And that's another thing that I share with my students too. Being international students, sometimes they're very confident and they want to know a lot about things. They're very curious and very assertive. When I'm working with Sometimes Indonesian children, they might be reserved at first, but then they'll come and ask me those questions as a teacher later on. But I think that's great. That's their way of trying to make sense of the world around them. But you'll find that mostly younger learners, they're still making sense of how they fit into their world. As students get older, then they extend that curiosity and they want to know more about the world around them. Okay, so things like raising children, marriage, what does it look like when you have a problem? So when I've been working with my Indonesian colleagues, and this also happened when I was working in Cambodia, how do we work on things where there's a problem? So how do I work with my colleagues and say, something is not working right, or we're having a communication breakdown? We're not understanding each other. How do I do that in a respectful way? So one thing I had to try and learn is things like conflict, how not to make people feel humiliated, how to get the best out of my colleagues, because I also have, I suppose, like a mentorship that is part of my role. How do I do that, not just with my students, but also my colleagues, my Indonesian colleagues? And so that takes a long time. So building relationships with my Indonesian colleagues takes time. Whereas maybe when I've worked with international colleagues, maybe from Australia or United States or United Kingdom, they might be very quick to tell others when something is not right. But I have found that you need to, this is my experience, it may be different for someone else, but my experience is that I need time to build trusting relationships. And if I don't spend that time getting to know my Indonesian colleagues in a gentle, gradual way, it can be quite difficult when we have issues that we need to solve. So if we're talking about deep culture, I find with Indonesia, the best experiences that I had are the ones where I've taken the time to get to know people. And coming in, again, as a tourist, you just can't do that. So it doesn't mean that I'm an expert with Indonesian culture, but I have learned just to sit with people and just to spend time with them. So at the moment, I live in a Sasak community in Kuta, and it's taking me quite a long time to try and build trust with the Sasak community. But I certainly find that the best way to do that is to get to know the inner of the community. And so I feel that we are now starting to build trust with each other, and then the rest of the
Charlene, there seems to be
kind of
internet.
say, oh, well, if Ibu Charlene's having fun, it's been a very gradual thing. So I find and learning from each other. Grandfather lives with them, so I ask, internet.
Oh, very sorry. There seems to be problem with internet connection. We do hope
Yes.
that oh yes, Miss Charlene. Yes,
can you
yes,
hear me
yes.
now?
Now we
Yes.
can hear you. Yeah.
It just
Please,
dropped out
continue.
again. Okay, I'll try again. Okay, just one moment. All right. Okay, so I'm going to move on from that to the next slide. Okay, so I was talking about cultural baggage. So all the things that you bring with you from your own culture, that can have pros and cons. There can be advantages and disadvantages. So when we're talking about language groups, sometimes there can be prejudice against particular languages. So with English, you would see in textbooks and with English resources, there is what is known as a standard English. But really, the recent research says that there are many Englishes. And I think, as with any language, we have to appreciate that language is dynamic. It doesn't stay still. It moves with the times. And we would even know with the pandemic that there's been a whole lot of new language that has been developed with the pandemic that would not have been used prior to March, April 2020. So one of the things that people often find is that friends of mine that come from other countries and they go to another country to live, they often find that when they go back to their country of origin, how much language has changed. And so something that I try and help young learners with is to say that language has a base, but it changes. Language is dynamic. So at the moment with my middle years students, so that's my age 10 to 12 English students, we're looking at base words using Latin or Greek, based on Latin and Greek origin. So we're looking at etymology, and they're finding it very interesting to see how the English language was constructed on base words based from classical Greek and Latin, and how has it evolved. So they've had a lot of fun building words. So one of the things that we've done as a class is we've created new dinosaurs based on looking at the base words of Latin and Greek. So they've had a lot of fun doing that. Other things like if you haven't been exposed to other cultures, then sometimes what we do is we make assumptions. So sometimes I will hear my students, and this was a real life example that I had when I first came here. We don't have a play space where we can go and play soccer. So we have a community soccer field, or football field, I should say, that we went over to, which is just across the road from our school. And I was teaching sport for a short time amongst the many other things that I do. And we had some of the local children from our community just come to sit and watch. So after a week or so, I said, come and join us, come and play with us. And some of our students from our school didn't want that to happen because they had had some negative experiences where some inappropriate language had been shared between some of the local children and some of our international students. So what we did is we actually involved the local kadus. And we have two kadus. We have one from one side of the road, and then we have the kadus from the other side of the road. And we also involved a community member who was from Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic, who was doing some community work. And they actually talked to the children, and we said, "What a wonderful time." But it took us to have those children come and join in soccer, between language happening there. So language, there'll be some community opportunities as well. Excuse me, cultural empathy. How can the
Sorry, dear participants, problem with the internet connection again.
Yes, it's yes, in Kuta, this happens a lot. We're very familiar with this, unfortunately. Okay, let me share this again. Okay. All right. So there are lots of opportunities that you can take from the classroom, and you can apply them using the children's first culture, which goes beyond the surface level things. But that takes time. So where I said we have a good relationship with the kadus, interestingly, one of our kadus, he also has English classes with local community students, and he has a connection with the local school here too. So we're building on that. So if you are a teacher in a community forum, or if you have tutoring classes that you do, or if you have formal classes, there are other opportunities that you may want to investigate where you can involve community members from that local culture to share practices and beliefs and ways of being with your students. So it can extend beyond the classroom. Okay. Now, one thing that we also know, the research shows that a good foundation in the child's first language, including the development of literacy, is a sound base to build on. So what I was trying to do is to find some solid research, some people that will say, well, what is the best age to teach students another language? So I don't just want to say English, there could be other languages that they may find useful. There is not solid research to indicate that there is one best age, but there is some research that indicates there may be some benefits teaching young students. So from about 4 years age up to about the age of 15, there may be some benefits of doing intensive language development programs. But the thing that the research does suggest is that if you are only doing this for 1 or 2 hours a week, it's not going to make a huge impact. So what I'm saying is that if you're teaching English 1 or 2 hours a week and they're not engaging in English in any other way outside of those classes, then they probably are not going to develop native-like proficiency in that language. So you need to go further and wider. And that's why I was talking about looking for other opportunities to engage the students in other cultural practice where they might be able to compare what they do in their first culture with other cultures as well. So making meaningful connections, because what you're trying to do with young learners is to help them to make meaning of things, because their world is egocentric when they are young. It's all about them. It's only until they are probably about 7 or 8 that they start to look beyond themselves. So if you look at child development, there's a lot of research that talks about that. So centric, and then they start to look outwards. So you'll find that age 10, probably age 8, they start to get interested in general knowledge. They want to know more about facts and figures. They want to know what's the tallest building, who's walked the furthest, who set a new world record. So looking at books like Guinness World Book of Records, those sorts of texts are fabulous for students of that age and upwards. But the students have to have proficiency in their first language. If there are gaps because they've had interrupted schooling, or maybe there are disadvantages, whether that's geographic disadvantages or lack of access to resources, those gaps will make it difficult for them to then look at a new language and start to make meaning from that. So I certainly had that experience in Cambodia, where I saw children. I worked in a very poor, no schooling, in some cases up until even 9 years of age, and their proficiency in Khmer, so the language in Cambodia,
I'm sorry,
is Khmer, because they didn't have proficiency in their first. Yes, Pakani.
Hello, yeah, Charlene. So we still have around 8 minutes remaining.
Yes.
So this is why, as we promised
Okay.
the audience, then I'm sure you still
Yes,
have a lot to present, but because of time, I think
Yes.
we agreed that we can address the questions
Going very fast.
from the audience. I've
Sure,
already recorded
okay,
here
all right.
3
Okay.
questions, which I can read to
Okay.
you maybe now. The first one is
Sure.
the question from Khaliki, which reads, how did you manage to go through the cultural shock when you first came to Indonesia? So I reformulate the question. That's the question number 1. And the question number 2 is how to motivate young learners, especially in junior high schools. Shall we
Yes.
use English all the time, or Indonesian, or mixed language?
Mhm.
That was the question from Marzuki. And Question number 3 from Pa Rafiq. What local culture and language inputs can we bring to the English classrooms?
Okay. They're great questions. Thank you for those 3 questions. Okay, let me look at the first question. Sorry, what was the name of the person with the first question? I didn't write that down.
Holiki.
Holiki.
Yeah.
Okay, Holiki, thank you for your question. So your question was in relation to cultural shock. So how did I adjust to cultural shock? I think the way that I did it was that I had to ask questions. I had to find someone that I could trust. So I'm very fortunate where I was working at the time that I had wonderful Indonesian colleagues who would actually take me to their family home. I went to celebrate Eid al-Adha with one of my colleagues. The next year I went to celebrate Eid al-Fitri with my Indonesian colleagues. So I started saying yes. And what I mean by that was that I started.
Hello, Ms. Charlene. Ibu Charlene.
Saying yes. If they asked me, would you like to come and see this? I would say yes. I want. Okay, I think yes, Pak Amin.
Maybe you can turn off
but
the
I also
video.
found that I just had to
Sorry, maybe you can turn off the video in order to make
I'll
the
stop
internet
sharing.
connection
Yes, okay.
more stable. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stop sharing. Okay, let's try.
Or you can
that.
even turn off your video.
Is that better, Pak Amin?
Yeah, maybe you can turn off the video as well in order to ensure better internet connection.
Okay, all right, we'll try that. Okay, we'll try that, Pak Amin. So hopefully you can still hear me. Yes, the other thing that I did was I just tried to do one thing at a time. So because it was overwhelming, cultural shock, and I'm sure Pak Amin can relate to this when he went to study in Australia, it can be very overwhelming. And you go back to your first culture to learn coping strategies. So you try and look for something that you can hang on, that you can identify with as being familiar. And then those things that are unfamiliar, that's where you need to go out and start asking people, well, what do I do here? I don't know what was happening here. I didn't know how to respond to that. I didn't understand that. But I think first and foremost was to find trusted friends and colleagues, well, really colleagues that became friends, to say, I don't understand what's happening here. Can you please help me with this? Or I don't know how to do this. Can you please help me with this? And I found that they were more than willing to help me. And it actually helped to deepen our friendship as well. And then from their perspective, they wanted to know more about how I did things. So it became a way of creating a wonderful connection between Australian and Indonesian culture. So I guess I would say is go slow and try and find people that can help you to negotiate that sense of feeling overwhelmed. Marzuki, I'm going to try and address your question about how do you engage junior high school students with English language. Yes, I certainly had that experience in Cambodia when I was teaching English, and I noticed that there was a big difference between teaching English with grade 9s than there was with grade 12s. So again, that's where child development can come into that a bit, because grade 9s, you will find universally high school teachers saying, oh, those grade 9s. But what I have found is humour works well, but you do have to be a bit careful with that. Humour, as you know, it means different things to different people. And using idioms, I found that they really enjoyed learning idioms. in English, and I enjoyed learning expressions in Indonesian as well. So they would start teaching, or this is in Cambodia, but I do teach secondary students here too. They like to learn phrases and expressions. Movies and music are a very good way to try and engage junior high school students. So if you're looking at a piece of literature, if their English proficiency is not high, what I have found works better is if you just look at excerpts of texts. So if you're looking at something, say, like Oliver Twist, so Charles Dickens, because it's such a big novel, what worked better was, when I did it, was to use excerpts, to try and find excerpts of the text and then to try and link it to their culture. So what are some things that you would notice in your culture? Are there things in 1800 London that might still be identifiable in perhaps the culture that you're in now? Or what are the differences? So trying to find similarities and differences. Another thing that I found for junior high school that worked well was using graphic organizers. So doing things like brainstorming, concept maps, Venn diagrams, T-charts. You can go onto Google and you can just type in graphic organizers for students, and you'll get lots of PDFs that are great for using that sort of information to try and organize information for junior high school. But yes, try and use English as much as you can. But for students that have one thing that research does show is that if you let students, if they're doing assignments, is to let them talk in their first language. So while they're doing problem solving and while they're working together on projects, so if they're doing a group project, maybe they have to design a PowerPoint and do a presentation, let them speak in their first language, because then they can speak in depth. But you as the instructor, as the teacher, as a facilitator, needs to try and show them how to communicate in English, okay? For students with very poor proficiency, that might need to be necessary, that you might need to use Bahasa Indonesian or Sasak. If it's in Lombok, you might need to use that when you can see that it's just too difficult. But give them time to respond. They say give about 10 seconds. That seems like a very long time, but give them time to think about how they can answer in English. That's important too. Now, I've got one more question to answer. Have I got time, Pak Amin?
I'm afraid, Ibu Charlene, we do not have time to answer. In fact,
Okay.
there are other questions there, but we can note down the question and we can answer later, maybe. Yeah, we can share the answers to me
Okay.
because other
Okay.
presenters are waiting already. Yeah, to
Yes.
present the topic. I'm so sorry, and I have to thank you very, very much, Ibu Charlene, for having shared your experience and expertise in teaching English to young learners, and also how we can then make use of the local cultures, the students' background in order to teach the language. Again, thank you very much, and hope to see you again in the other webinar. Now
Thank
back
you
to
very
the
much.
MC.
Thank you very much, Pak Imin. Thank you everyone for your participation.
Thank you, Ibu Charlene Weber-Smith and Bapak Muhammad Amin for the outstanding session. However, ladies and gentlemen, before we may proceed with our next session, please be noted that all participants are required to fill in the attendance list for today's international webinar. You may find this link of attendance list sent to you in your WhatsApp group or in the chat box below. Thank you. Okay, so now, without further ado, let us start the second session by welcoming our honorable moderator, Ibu Hajah Yuni Budi Lestari, MA PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Yuni Budi Lestari. Thank you very much, Miss MC, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us in the webinar right now, especially this session. Yuni Budi Lestari, such a great pleasure for me to be the moderator for this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme today is celebrating multilingualism and multiculturalism in language, arts, and education. The term multilingualism and multiculturalism must be familiar to us, especially Indonesian people, since they live in Indonesia, a country with hundreds of languages and cultures. Multilingualism and multiculturalism have affected several domains, including social, cultural, political, whether it be in the local, regional, national, or in global context. But how multilingualism and multiculturalism have recently affected those domains is an interesting question, isn't it? So I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to share, exchange, and talk about it in this webinar in the form of panel discussions. And it's an honor to have two distinguished speakers joining us today. The first speaker is Mr. Lee Huan-Chik, MSc MEd, but he's very popular with Patrick, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and thank you. And the second speaker is Dr. Kamaluddin Yusro. So Mr. Lee Huan-Chik is from Australia, okay, and Dr. Kamaluddin Yusro is from the University of Mataram. Okay, they will be sharing with us their expertise and experiences, thoughts, and suggestions about our theme today. But before we get started, let me inform you the format of the webinar, especially this session, which is the panel session. So this session will be divided into two rounds. In the first rounds, the speaker, each panelist, will have around 30 minutes to present. And after the panelists have completed their presentations, it will come the second round, which is question and answer, which will last for 20 minutes. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker to you, Mr. Huan-Chik Lee. Hello, how are you, Mr. Lee? Can I call you Mr. Lee or Patrick? Sorry, I think I should call you Mr. Lee, right?
Yeah. Patrick is also fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you? How are you, Mr. Lee? How are you, Patrick? How is?
I'm fine. Thank you. I'm trying to press stop sharing because I think I made a mistake somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm trying to figure out how to do it. So
that's all right. Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, I think
take your time, sir. Yeah.
Is that okay now?
Yes, it is okay. It's very clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but right, hang on a second. I need I think to introduce you to the participants today in this webinar. Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee Huan-Chik is currently a PhD candidate at School of Education, University of Queensland, Australia. Prior to this, he was an academic lecturer attached to the Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Mr. Lee started his career as an English education educator at a primary school in Johor, Malaysia, before being appointed as an English language literacy officer at a district education office. He holds a Bachelor of Education in TESOL from the University of Exeter, UK, as well as Masters in English Language Education from the University of Malaya. Mr. Lee was also a former Chevening Scholarship recipient studying Masters of Science in Public Policy at the Department of Political Science, University College College London, UK. His research interests include, but not limited to, language policy and planning, language policies in education, medium of instruction policy, macro-sociolinguistics, sociology, politics of language, language ideology, language ecology, multilingualism, or multilingual education, English language education, language, culture and identity, language for social justice and sustainable development, and language and globalization. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee will be giving a talk on the topic of understanding language ecology, language ideology, and language policy and planning in the context of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Huan Yik Lee, MSc MED. Mr. Lee, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Hello, and have a good day, everyone. Thank you to the moderator, Dr. Uni. As she has already introduced the topic of today, actually, I think this is more of a sharing session. As I'm sure all of you probably would know much better than me in this area. But I'm just sharing some insights from the theoretical and maybe conceptual perspectives, and also a little bit of empirical evidence on the ground regarding our understanding of ecology, language ideology, and language planning, particularly in the context of Indonesia. As what Uni has presented, I'm a PhD student at the moment. I'm specializing in language policy from the School of Education, University of Queensland, Australia. So first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to be invited as a speaker for this international webinar today. I would just like to outline my presentation today. So I'll be focusing on these three main aspects. These three aspects, as you can see in here, they are the three domains classified under macro-social linguistics in the Indonesian context. Well, I classify them, or I group them under macro-social linguistics because macro-social linguistics is actually the study of language in relation to society and culture in the most comprehensive sense. So the difference between micro-linguistics and macro-social linguistics is that the macro-social linguistics focuses more on language broadly by looking at how language impacts or intersects with societies, okay, and vice versa, okay. While micro-social linguistics focuses more on the syntax, phonetics, phonology, grammar aspects of a language. So if you're familiar with Bernard Sapolsky, so Sapolsky in 2004 and 2009 talked about language ecology, or he uses the term language practices, ideology or beliefs, as what Charlene has presented earlier, and then also language management, or in this case, language policy and planning, and they're all grouped under a tripartite language policy model, according to Bernard Sapolsky. So our first area will be to look at language ecology of Indonesia. So as we know, Indonesia is the fourth most populous country in the world, right? With 277 million people as of this year, as of today. And then to understand the social linguistic context, we have to first explore to find out more about the ecology of Indonesia, particularly from the language perspective. So it is very diverse, which is definitely connected to the theme of our webinar today, right? With 1,300 recognized ethnic groups, more than 700 languages, which makes up around 10% of the world's languages today. So, and if you look at the main ethnic groups of Indonesia, Javanese, right, makes up 40% or more. and then followed by Sundanese, as you can see on the pie chart here. And then we have Bata, we have Maduris, Betawi, Minangkabau, Bugis, Malay, and then here we have Sasa, right, which is which is more related to us in Lombok, right, with around 1% based on the 2010 census in this pie chart. Okay, and there are many, many more, definitely. We can see here Banten, Aceh, Bali, and so on. So according to Ethnologue, which is a website that many people refer to for languages and culture. So in Lombok itself, Sasa is mainly used as a regional lingua franca. And then I think we have Sumbawa and Bima as well, which are examples of local or regional languages here. So as you can see, and as we understand, most of the languages in Indonesia are Austronesian family languages, grouped under that family. But there are also hundreds of Papuan languages, right, in West Papua, or in other words, in the eastern part of Indonesia. So according to Subhan Zain, in Indonesia at the moment, we have at least 14 linguistic varieties that actually are working at a regional level as lingua franca. So, and these lingua francas, regional lingua francas, have millions of speakers, right, to connect people within the particular region. So there are actually two categories of regional lingua francas. One is Malayic and then non-Malay, according to Subhan Zain 2020. So national language, in this case Indonesian Malay, of course serves as the lingua franca of the whole country, which is similar to China, which uses Mandarin or Putonghua as the lingua franca across China. So according to Fishman, 1968, 1971, Bahasa Indonesia is one of the few success stories in language planning, right, alongside Hebrew in Israel. So just for context, Indonesian Malay started off with less than 3% speakers in the early 1930s, right? So I think that was something that most people would not have expected, right? But it was chosen as a lingua franca in Indonesia. And then today, we have close to maybe almost 100% of Indonesians who are able to speak and at least understand Bahasa Indonesia across the vast archipelago. So this shows the success, in this case, of the national language, Indonesian language, right? But definitely, as many have pointed out, there are so many local languages and regional lingua francas, including minority and non-dominant heritage languages as well, and also some Chinese languages like Mandarin, Hokkien, and Hakka, as well as indigenous languages within the communities in Indonesia. Of course, there are also foreign languages and additional languages, which I will elaborate further later on, including English. And then there are also languages for religion, maybe Arabic and other languages, as well as a colonial language, right? In this case, Dutch. So as you can imagine, this is a country that is very rich in linguistic and cultural diversity. So Subhan Zain in 2020 pointed out or asserts that super diversity is actually the key, right, in understanding and assessing these intricate issues, right, of complex, complicated, and contested, and perhaps even innovative responses to this kind of dynamic processes, right, in social linguistic situations in Indonesia. So he actually conceptualizes this as superglossia, right, which means usually we're more familiar with diglossia, but diglossia itself is not sufficient to understand or to fully comprehend and explain the whole context of Indonesian language ecology. So we have H variety or high variety, and then we have low variety, but that's just two, right? In Indonesia, we have way more than that, okay? And I think Indonesians are quite used to it, and they find that this is a norm, right? But you know, it's actually very complex for people outside of Indonesia to understand this. Okay. So when we talk about Southern multilingualism, that means applied linguistics and multilingualism from the global south. Indonesia is certainly an exemplary case where many people study, where multilingualism and Southern multilingualism in this case is a norm, right? But Indonesia, if you know, for some who are involved in this field and understand this, it is not the most linguistically diverse nation in the world, right? The number one in the world, as you can see right here, is Papua New Guinea, right? So Papua New Guinea is the country with the most spoken languages in the world, right? With 840 languages. Okay, and this is followed by Indonesia. So Indonesia is ranked number 2, right? At least 700 plus based on some statistics from 2019. Okay, followed by Nigeria, India, and so on. Okay, so but having said that, Indonesia is ranked first, right? In terms of in the top 3 trilingual countries in the world, right? So Indonesia is ranked first. Okay, so if you look at this infographic, okay, on the right hand side here, Indonesia is ranked number 1, Israel, and then Spain. Okay, but having said that, I do believe that the percentage of Indonesians who are trilingual is actually far higher than what is reported, 17.4%. Because I believe many Indonesians, they do speak a local language or regional language. Perhaps some even call it a home language, right? Apart from Indonesian and possibly English, and many of them do know some form of Arabic. And this is data from 2015 about how multilingual is your country. And as you can see down here, you have Netherlands and Sweden, and then bilingual countries, you have Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and Sweden as well. Okay, so most of the multilingual countries are actually situated in Europe and Asia. Okay, that's just providing some context about Indonesia. After looking at the ecology of Indonesia, now we look at language ideology. Okay, so language ideology, for those who may not be that familiar, involves attitudes and beliefs, right, towards languages, and the perception that languages often have attached linguistic value or perceptions, that people have towards a certain language. So language ideology is often influenced by your surrounding and sometimes influenced by politicians, policy actors, and most of the time shaped by your personal, okay, or individual beliefs, history, your education, your upbringing, as well as external demands and circumstances. So first of all, let us explore some social, political, and social cultural ideologies about some of the key or major languages in Indonesia. So the first one will be Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, Bahasa Indonesia, as we know, is a national language, but we also have to know that it is actively propagated, okay, through an assimilation model to ensure that Indonesians are able to use the language as a lingua franca to connect and to unite the people under one roof within Indonesia, under what is called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, okay, which is unity in diversity, in other words. So it is also branded or labeled as a language, promoted as a language that is useful for socio-economic and national development. Okay. Next, let us look at Dutch language. Okay, Dutch. So in the post-colonial Indonesia, Dutch, for example, was a colonial language, right, with limited influence. Okay? And this is quite different from other countries within Southeast Asia, for example, English or French, right? But in Indonesia, Dutch has very limited influence and impact within the Indonesian societies. It doesn't have an official status, and only a very small, shrinking population can speak or understand some form of Dutch. But until today, as I understand, some law codes are still in Dutch. Okay, there is also a connotation that learning or supporting Dutch is a kind of, or is associated with not supporting Indonesian independence. Okay, that's the kind of ideology or the belief that people may have. So what are the language ideology or beliefs that about regional or local languages? Okay, so for many of us, okay, I think we can all agree that these regional lingua francas or indigenous languages, they are mostly useless to the rest of the world. Okay, they are mostly used within our own context only. Okay, there is also the issue of language shame. For example, in Indonesia, there are no signboards in Javanese. Okay, and perhaps there are no signboards in Sasak in Lombok. I'm not sure about this. Maybe you can attest to this. Why is that the case? You know, when more people and most people are speaking that language within the community, right? So if you look at Maori language in New Zealand, for example, the revival of the language came about because some people feel that culturally this is what we want. Okay, and of course this is also based on my personal PhD research, right? So they feel in the context of New Zealand that they should provide room for spaces for that language as well. And I think there is a case for that within Southeast Asia too. So this applies not only to Maori language, but also to languages within Indonesia itself. But I do agree, and I confess that it's not easy to revive all the languages in Indonesia, okay? But at least regional lingua francas and other languages should be taught, right? And they're actually taught, which I will talk about this more in the next slide, or at least used in the families, right? Under code switching or code mixing, right? And this should be further encouraged, okay? Even in education itself. And to do that, there should be a change in mindset from monolingualism, focusing only on Bahasa Indonesia, or solely focusing on English based on the monolingual foreign language education structure, to a more plurilingual and multilingual habitus, okay? Which is how we can manage these contested ideologies, as I put in here, monolingualism versus multilingual habitus, okay? And this definitely better reflects the social linguistic ecology that I presented just now, alongside the ethno-linguistic diversity in Indonesian context itself, which is what we should understand crucially. And I do believe that that is the ideal way forward. Also, from a language ideological perspective, we should look at English, right? Another important language in the context of Indonesia. So the increase in learning and usage of English in Indonesia, I would like to tell everyone here, based on my research, is not directly due to the government policies at the macro level, okay? According to some experts, scholars in the field, there is a distinct discourse in Indonesia called gengsi, okay? So gengsi is more of creating an impression of being impressive, okay? So in order to maintain one's gengsi, you have to have a big car, you know, you have to be heard speaking English when you go shopping in the mall, you have to have expensive shoes and clothes, you have to talk to your children about studying in America, in Australia, for example. This is all part of creating an impression of gengsi, okay? So that is one impression from a linguistic ideological perspective that propels or motivates people to learn English. In Lombok itself, perhaps there is another strong motivation, okay, tied to socio-economic development to learn English, because English is viewed as a linguistic capital, okay, for the bustling and thriving tourism industry, okay, in this province. So that motivates people to learn English to attract tourism, right? Having said that, the policymakers at the macro level, at the national level, mostly are thinking along monolingual lines, okay? Because when a country is created, politicians tend to have a very negative view of other languages because they see those other languages as potentially leading to leading to a split nation. Okay, that means it divides the country. You know, the country cannot be united if
Excuse
other
me,
languages.
Mr. Lee, so you still have two minutes more.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so yeah, I will go a bit faster because the government tends to promote national languages, and then they under promote other languages for national identity. So the key here is to balance, right? Balance local, that means identity and culture, and then balance the national development ideologies as well as global demands, right? For opportunity, mobility, and globalization. Okay, however, these have often resulted in issues of Indonesian primary schools choosing to drop indigenous or heritage languages in order to accommodate English in the curriculum. Okay, and then some have also accused the Indonesian language of being detrimental to the maintenance of indigenous languages, leading to the extent of Peter Mohausler arguing that Indonesian can also be a killer language. Okay, so from a language and policy planning perspective, Indonesia has Trigatra Bangun Bahasa, which emphasizes on prioritizing Indonesian, preserving regional languages, and mastering foreign languages. However, at the local levels or the regional levels, decentralization of language policies happen. That means that policies in some parts of the regions are different from other regions. For example, in Yogyakarta, the Javanese language is used alongside Bahasa Indonesia as one of the official languages. Okay, and Sundanese language in Bandung, for example, they have 1 day allocated for that language at the regional level. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily happen in all regions across Indonesia. And then English is not compulsory at the primary level in Indonesia, and it's the only country that practices that within ASEAN region. Having said that, schools still promote the teaching and learning of English because that's what the parents mostly want, and the parents have the options to choose to send their children to schools which offer English language. Okay, there are also other foreign languages which are taught in the curriculum. For example, Arabic, German, French, Japanese, Mandarin, and Korean. Okay, last but not least, let us look at the future of language policy and planning in the context of Indonesia. What are the possibilities? I believe that ideally, the trilingual model should be strengthened in Indonesia. That means the Trigatra model. Muatan local in the curriculum should be streamlined, and it should be well organized, right? To ensure that local languages are effectively taught and learned. Because there are some Indonesian schools within the Indonesian context which interpret Muatan local on their own, right? Where there are micro level divergences, differences. Okay, so I think that should be streamlined. And I do believe that more research should be done, right, on language maintenance in the Indonesian provinces. Okay, of course, local languages should be promoted in the public sphere as well. And if possible, there should be further teacher training for mother tongue-based multilingual education and translanguaging. Okay, which has now both of these have now been actively promoted in the Philippines as well as Cambodia, parts of Cambodia. Last but not least, I think Bahasa Indonesia is now being promoted at the international language through BPAR program. So I think across 41 countries, and that should also be strengthened moving forward. And I think these are the references in the end. I think that's the end of my presentation. I try to complete it within the stipulated time given. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you. I think, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, for your interesting and insightful presentation. I'm sure that all participants here still really want to hear from you more about this topic. It's a very interesting one, especially you have shown us how multilingual Indonesia is. you have shown us Indonesian people how multilingual Indonesian is. Thank you so much with some more, related to the social some dimensions, including education in this case. Thank you. But due to the time constraint, I think we need to have some more discussion with you, but in the question and answer sessions later. Okay, Mr. Lee, thank you so much once again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll invite the second speaker here. So the second panelist, so he is Dr. Kamaluddin Yusro. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Kamaluddin Yusro earned his master's degree in applied linguistics from Macquarie University, Australia in 1998, and his PhD degree from the University of Sydney, Australia in 2006. Dr. Kamaluddin has been, Dr. Kamaluddin is a senior lecturer at English Department, Teachers Training and Education Faculty, or University of Mataram since 1994. Okay, and Dr. Kamaluddin has published many referred international articles and several books. In the past 3 years, he had published internationally accredited journals. So one of them is Borrowing of Address Forms for Politeness and Other Social Dimensions in a Contact-Induced Multilingual Community. Dr. Kamaluddin also has secured several nationally competitive research grants. For example, he secured research fund from ADS, Australian Development Scholarship, in 2016 and 2017 for his research on empowering English teachers. His research interests, I'm sorry, I missed this one. His research interests includes social linguistics, language ideology, multilingualism, language, culture, and identity, and English language education. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kamaluddin, Dr. Kamaluddin will be giving a talk on the topic of co-modification of English and English structures in a foreign circle. Dr. Kamaluddin, the screen and the mic are yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful introduction. Next, more nervous. Yeah.
Mr. Kamal, you are still muted. Pak Kamal, you are still muted, excuse me.
Excuse me, there's just a little bit technical problem. Just could you please wait a second? Sorry for this inconvenience.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful introduction and wonderful talk by Patrick just now. And it makes me a bit more nervous. And again, I don't know, technical problems, it makes me more nervous again. Okay, Patrick has laid down almost all the theoretical background of it. And I think in this session, I would say a bit more practical one, a more local one rather than the global perspective. So it's a very good match, I think. It's my pleasure to share with you one of our studies, recent studies that we here at UNRAM are doing at the moment with my colleague Yuni Budilestari and a number of our students collecting data on this study. I'm going to talk about commodification of English and English structures in a foreign circle. Patrick has laid down a bigger topic on the language policy and language practices in Indonesia, but I'm going to focus on Lombok only. So we have a big assumption, for example, because it is Indonesia, then the use of Indonesian language would be more dominant. But I was in for surprise doing the study, and I'm to share with you my surprises later on. Okay. Okay, there are a number of issues that part of our background here. There was an idea by I think by Kachru where he divide the use of English into 4 circles there. Inner circle, English spoken at main English speaking countries like UK, USA, Australia, and New Zealand. So where English is spoken as native language. But also we can also see some outer circles where due to colonialization, and we can see English where is spoken as a second language, and like in South Africa or India or some other countries. Then due to technological and economic and socio-political development, then we could have some areas where English is spoken also as a foreign language, but also as a second language. It is in extended circles. So we can see English is spoken in Mexico or Brazil or some other countries, including Indonesia. We also have some countries in ASEAN countries where English is spoken rather as second language because due to its economic development. The majority of English speakers would be from, the majority of the countries would be foreign circle. And I think in some part, Indonesia could be the extended circle. But when we talk about Lombok, I don't see it is extended circle at all. It would be foreign circle. Okay, before we go on to the study, let's see some of the issues that we can have when we talk about, okay. When we talk about English in ASEAN countries. It's part of our studies in literature studies that we have done so far. In ASEAN, we have some countries where included as outer circle, like Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, or Singapore, former colonies of British or English-speaking countries. Here, English is spoken as a second language, and they're spoken as second language by 20 to 80% of the population. They learn English since year 1 at school as a second language, and it is used as medium of instruction. I think that's why that's explained why Patrick's English is better than my English. Okay. In extended circle, due to economic and socio-political development, we can see some countries like Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, Cambodia. And here, English is spoken mainly as a foreign language by 10 to 20% of the population. And it's learned at school from year 1, except Indonesia. And like Patrick said, it's only Indonesia with the exception there. Taught in mother tongue, mediated instruction. So we learn English using our mother tongue mostly. In some areas of Indonesia, I think English could be foreign circle. Almost nobody around us speak English other than the tourists. It is spoken as a foreign language by 5 to 10% of the population. Learn as a foreign language from year 1, except Indonesia at year 7. And taught mainly in mother tongue mediated instruction. I think from our previous studies, we learned like from Kirkpatrick studies as well. We found that English is the most used language in Asia, in ASEAN, and it has been the lingua franca of ASEAN. And it has also been decided as the working language of ASEAN communities. And although it is taught from year one, but it goes on to primary schools, but also to postgraduate studies. Indonesia, it starts learning English at year 7, but the regulation has, forced us to learn English more, because English is, part of the accreditation. School has to use English, and part of the graduation as well. They have to have certain requirement of English, and then in career promotion also, we also have to acquire certain quality of English. Let's say, for example, at the high school level, we have to acquire at least pre-intermediate level, but our studies published, somewhere in ASEAN EFL Journal, we found out that, the level of the students fall below pre-intermediate level. At postgraduate level and undergraduate level, we have to acquire 450 to 500 TOEFL scores in order to graduate. And then, in order to improve your status as a professor, you also need to publish internationally, which requires higher English than 500 TOEFL scores. Okay, Patrick has also talked about this, but I would like to add a little bit more of that in relation to our attitude to English and Dutch. Okay, I've learned that during the independence struggle, we have used Malay not only during the struggle, but also during the kingdom and the kingdom of Indonesia before the coming of Dutch. We have used Malay as the language to write down, histories and everything in local chronicle. But during independence, we have used Indonesian as part of our struggle. Merdeka atau mati. They write this on the walls. Or then Anjing Nika pulang. And then instead of using Dutch, Indonesian fighters have used English instead. Independence or death, or Nika, dogs go home, etc. And we have plenty of expressions in English. So English has been used as a part of the fight. During the new order, we have used, we introduced a curriculum. We have introduced English into the curriculum, 1975, funded by the American. So in our curriculum, we have United States, American structuralism. Then in 1985, we have been helped by the British government, and we have communicative approach and student active learning. During the new order again in 1995, we have a new curriculum where Australian systemic functional linguistics is there, and then after the Reformation as well, we also you have used this Australian system until 2019 to 2001. Due to COVID-19, we have limited the topics, not excluding the Australian. Still, we use the Australian functional linguistics, but we just limit the topic. Now, 2021, we have Merdeka Belajar. Then I think English would be very much of a choice for students to learn, because they believe that it's like Patrick says, it's part of the human capital for better jobs later on in their life. Okay, let's see how English is used in Lombok shops. That's the focus of our research. We see names of shops and how English, Indonesian, and Sasak language have been used. Okay, when we talk about shops, of course, when we talk about imposition, the buyers want, or the producer, the shop owners want people to buy their products. So it is normal to expect them to use the local language, or at least to use the Indonesian language. But the buyers are the locals, so they should not have used Indonesian. They should have used the Sasak language. But let's see our data later on. And the use of English, of course, would be not very good for the producers or the shop owners from the point of view of linguistic ideology. because English might represent a high rank position of the shop owners and low rank position of the Sasak buyers or the local buyers. But later on, as shown later on, the use of English and English structures is more dominant, and other factors might be in charge of this phenomenon, not just the factors that have predicted. These are the factors predicted by in literature. You know, the use of language could be affected by ethno-linguistic vitality. You know, here we talk about English. English is more important, but you know, technologically speaking. Bahasa Indonesia is more important when we talk about nationality. But when we talk about local majority, Sasak would have you would have a more vital role. Okay, but let us see later on if it is the case. Linguistic ethology also, like Patrick has said, it could affect the way or the language that we choose to name our shops. Linguistic ethology, the factors the factors above frame linguistic ethology, what languages to be used in public, commercial, geographical spaces, accommodating political regulations and language rights. Mind you that we have language rules that Bahasa Indonesia should be used for names of shops. And local languages should also be accommodated to the name of the shop. And later on, we'll see if this regulation is followed or the language rights are or practiced at all, exercised at all. The next one is language policy, could be in effect here, but in Europe, for example, Shine shops have become more accommodating to local languages, not only using English, and they have used local languages as well, other regional languages as well. In Japan, rather than the language policy is in effect, the expectation of the customers have forced Japanese shop owners to accommodate the language of the visitors. So rather than using just Japanese, they also use English and French as well. Linguistic landscape might be in effect here. In Macau, for example, they've used English in Macau casino areas, while Chinese language is only used at traditional Chinese territories, and Chinese writing system is also used there. In terms of Sasak, in Lombok, English structures in Lombok, we could predict that the use of English structure may have something to do with global economy. You know, tourism, for example. Lombok is one of the most visited island of Indonesia. Economic development as well, but also some like technology, the use of internet, the use of global communication, media, or transportation may facilitate the use of English, the use of Indonesian, but also the use of Sasak as well. Let me tell you a little bit about the study. We visited shopping centers in Lombok, and we divide the areas into 3 clusters. One is central business districts, and this include Ampenan, Mataram, and Cakranegara. Those are the 3 main big cities in Lombok. And we also visited tourism areas, and this include Kuta, Senggigi, and Pamenang there, and around the area. But we also visited some urban areas, for example, Praia, Keruak, Pancor, Selong. That's the area we visited, and we take photos and take notes of 2,053 shops. We took pictures, we took notes. We haven't interviewed the owners and the questioners at the moment. So our data would just from the pictures, from the notes that we obtained from observation. And we analyze the data using qualitative descriptive analysis, using frequencies, etc. But a little bit of linguistic analysis about the language, which language is used. In order to answer that question, we need to use some linguistic analysis of that. These are the findings, what languages are used. Of course, it's fair to assume that it is Lombok, so the language would be dominantly Sasak, but our data says no. The dominant names of the shops are in English, so 57% in English. and only 42% in Bahasa Indonesia, while Sasak is very limited. There are some other languages like French, Spanish, and Italian language as well. Okay, it's somewhere there. So the dominant one is English. Let's see how English and other languages are used in the three areas that we have visited. In the central business districts, again, the dominant language is English. In tourism areas, again, the dominant is English, while Indonesian is only dominant in some urban areas like Praia, Keruak, and Pancor and Selong. So those are dominant there. So not the tourism centers. We also found that the use of English is related to the product that the shop sell. When we talk about lifestyle and fashion and technology, automotive and entertainment, the name of the shops, the names are usually in English. But Indonesian is only used for food and beverage, selling food and beverage, while others like furniture, household appliances, and then furniture, finance, public service, and health. Those are the products that in which the shop use Indonesian rather than English. I think it has got something to do with the nature of the potential buyers. Okay, and Sasak is Sasak language is not there. Okay, so it's only 3 or 4, 5 instances where Sasak language has been used as the name of the shops. Let's see here. When we say English, it's not really English in the pure sense of it. We have two types there. English, where the word for the name comes from English words, but it can also be Indonesian words, but structured in English phrase. That's what we mean by English structure. And there are many of it, many examples of this. There are also cases where Sasak word is used in English structure as well. Okay, that's what we mean by English structure. And this is very common when we talk about shops selling automotive, like motorbike or cars. They use this name, English structure. Okay, Indonesian word structured in English. And it's also common in entertainment, okay? While in fashion, they use English, okay? Fashion. So you see the data here. English structures, Indonesian language, in Sasak and others. But in technology, English is dominant. Okay, English is dominant, but when we talk about household appliances, the use of English, structure, I mean Indonesian word structured in English structure, is also dominant. Let's see some of examples of this. Okay, so what happens there? I think the use of English or English structures there, or the use of Indonesian, has got something to do with the brands. Okay, the brand names. So they copied the brand names from English-speaking producers. Then there is also a matter of imagine collective memory of the products. When we talk about technology, they use English or English structure because they imagine that English has also something to do with modernity. So this modernity expressed in English. Okay.
Excuse me, Dr. Kamar, you still have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. So here, most of the thing there has got something to do with social identity. Could be in a form of in-group climb between the shop owners and the potential buyers. where producer or shops selling technology, etc., or fashion, they would construct a particular identity, like social identity, as let's say postmodern identity or something. So they have higher social status or something, and this has got something to do with this identity. And as other researchers have said, that local languages, or I mean Indonesia and English here, has been structured in a particular way. Here I said Englishized, in order to frame social identities associated with English. Of course, Arabic as well, but it's rather minimal. Let me come to the conclusion. Here, we can conclude at least three parts here. English being dominantly used in shop naming has been commoditized as a way of selling products in lifestyle, fashion, technology, automotive, and entertainment. But Indonesian language is, the national language is only found in household items, finance, health, and public services, while the local language, Sasak language, is very limited only to food and beverages for the local people. I think I would recommend that the local government should regulate more and facilitate more use of Sasak in shop naming. I know that Sasak writing, Sasak spelling has been used on streets, but I think it should be pushed for more to the name of the name of the shops. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kamal, for the very interesting presentation, very insightful one. So you have supported your presentation with what you have conducted, what you have done, especially your research, right? And in the level, in Lombok context, I think it's very interesting. Thank you once again. Now it's time for to have the second round, which is question and answer. It will be around 20 minutes for the question and answer, but I have seen from the chats here, the Zoom charts, there are some questions here for both presenters, but the first question is from Pak Haryadi. I know that I think he's a lecturer from IKIP Mataram. Undikma, yes. But Haryadi's question is to Mr. Lee. Thank you for your comment. I'm speaking from the perspective of Indonesia. Sorry. This is Pak Har. Sorry, once again. Yeah, but if you can see from the chart, Pak Haryadi, his question has been answered by Mr. Lee, I think. Yeah, and there is also another questions. This one is from Pak Kamal from Sari Wisudawati. Okay, to Pak Kamal, in relation to what is going to be happened these days, how do you see the position of English and local language in Lombok? I mean, the MotoGP and other international events will be conducted here. So what do you think? You said that it depends on the context and time. So yeah, so that's the question, sir.
So I'm answering the question there.
So what about the local language, she said. Thank you.
Okay, I believe in human creativity. Okay, it could be a global trend, like for example, the coming of MotoGP. That's very good opportunity for local people to speak English, and it's going to be motivating to students learning English. but there will be a challenge to the local people, I mean, the local language as well. So where for the local language, where is the space for the local language? That's the trouble there. But I think my data, could be our data actually, okay, show a number of cases where human creativity is there. For example, I classified the English structures, but when we talk about English structure, there is not actually based on English word, but people have used Sasak language in English structure. And I couldn't find one. Like for example, warung bakso, for example, that's the way you say in Indonesia or in Sasak. But instead of saying in Sasak structure, they use English structure for that, all completely in Sasak language. I could give you one example in Kuta. It's a tourism center, and the name of the shops is, I think, Warung Ikan should be, but it's structured as Ikan Warung, Pak Warung, something like that. But I couldn't show you the picture of that. So I believe in human creativity. Of course, there will be opportunity to use English, but I believe that people will find ways of surviving, maintaining the language. But it would be good if there is a regulation where the use of Sasak is highlighted, promoted, rather than just letting English interfere, dominate all our aspects of life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Kamal. Dr. Kamal, there is another question for you from Ariani Rosadi, STISIP Mbojo. So I would like to ask about how do we get Mbojo students motivated to learn English, as we know Bima has not popular, or Bima is not a popular tourism place. So that's the question, sir.
Okay, it's about motivating the students. Okay. I know that motivation is one of the biggest thing that they have, the Bimanese students have, because they do not have rich natural resources. They do not have, let's say, beautiful tourism objects. The only thing they have is just themselves. But if you can talk to them about the future, the challenge they may have in the future, or the orientation, or the objection that they may have in the future, then I think you can motivate them. That's a challenge there that you need to talk to them, and they could be aware of the challenge they may have had. So the only way that they can survive, or they can proceed in the future, is by mastering English. I think that's the key point there. Okay, thank you.
Right, so the questions are coming and coming, sir. So I need still to, we still have around 10 minutes to go.
Okay.
From Pak Irwan to Pak Kamal, with this phenomenon, do you think that there is high possibility that the local language Sasak will undergo death?
Okay, language death is common, and we have plenty of cases for that. Then if you do not maintain the Sasak language, then it will go. And the death of a language would be not just because of no users again, but it could also be the speakers of that language do not realize that they are killing their language. Okay, that's killing the language. Here means not using the language, but also not using the language in public spaces. We have seen the data there. We assume that it is Lombok and people would use Sasak language, but Sasak language appear, I mean, in our data here only, I think, 15 cases, only 15 shops using Sasak language out of 2053. So I think there should be regulation on the use of Sasak language. Okay, if we do not maintain the language, then we are going to, we're going to lose the Sasak language. But it doesn't mean you have to kick English out. You can use English or Indonesian, but at the same time, you also maintain Sasak language. Thank you.
Okay. It seems that there are many questions, Dr. Kamal, and I'm sure this question is, these questions are directed to you. This is probably because the participant who gave the questions here are Sasak. So they are really interested in knowing more about your research.
Okay.
So this is another one from from Shihab. My question to Mr. Kamal, PhD, is, does it make sense that, I'm sorry, it's not very clear for me, the shame of using their local language based on, sorry, so.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's something to do with our attitude. Okay, we do not want to look stupid. That's why we don't use our native language, because we believe that that's part of the linguistic ideology. We assume that using your local language means that you are stupid or something. So we end up using Indonesian, or we end up using English. It's part of the way you frame yourself as people of high status. So you use English. You know, you can go to Mataram epicentrum, and we have collected data on that. And we were very surprised that all the shops there use English, poor English, not English structures, but poor English. The only shops names with Indonesian are just like warung, what do we call it? Omah Cobek or something, or Cianjur or something. Okay, but no Sasak names at all. I found that there were Sasak names on the epicentrum mall, but the part where Sasak the name of the shops, Sasak shops, it's gone. It's become the whole, because nobody is buying that. I think it's part of the shame that you talk about. We are ashamed of using our native language. But I think we need to educate ourselves. Also, we need to educate our young generations that nothing to be ashamed of if you speak your language or you use your own culture. And you have to use that culture because it's part of you. Okay, your culture, your language is part of you. So in that way that we can maintain our culture, maintain our language at the same time. I believe in you. I agree with you that, that's what happens. We do not like to use our native language because you don't want to look stupid, and you end up using Bahasa Indonesia or you use English at the same. But I think we have to maintain our native language. That's the way, because it's part of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there is questions to Mr. Lee from Muhammad Anhar. So I'm going to read Muhammad Anhar chats here in the Zoom chat. Great presentation from both of the panelists, and the question is for Mr. Lee. How do you see the existence of local language in the future, in which nowadays we see that when people from different local language and culture get married and they have children, most of them will speak Indonesian to their children. Thus, it makes the children sometimes never know about their parents' local language. How do you see that, Mr. Lee?
First of all, thank you very much to the moderator. I think I've answered that also, but it's okay. I will just roughly go through it. I think it's part of what we call language shift. So yeah, it's happening not only in Indonesia. I think it's happening in every part of the world. I think this issue also occurs in European countries. And closer to us, maybe in Singapore and perhaps even in my own country, Malaysia. So I think in my country, for example, in Malaysia, it happens with certain kinds of languages or dialects like Hakka, Cantonese, Hokkien, and then maybe they are not passed down to the future generations. So I think parents have a role here to at least introduce the language within the family and also among the relatives. So that is one way to help maintain the language. Because if you don't pass it down to your future generations, I think it might just stop there. So, but there is another way which I think Indonesia have to commend the Indonesian government for doing this, which is they have something called Balai Bahasa. So they have a kantor, I think, to be in charge of managing the languages within the localities. So and then you have a Trigatra system. So that should be strengthened. And I think by having languages in the education system, it is one way to preserve and maintain these languages, especially the regional languages, to keep it going. And also you document it and then you pass it down to future generations through education. I think that is one very good way to sustain the use of language. And I think Muatan Local particularly should be strengthened in this case. I think that's why this particular webinar on this theme is very helpful and useful for us to rethink our strategies moving forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Wow, so many questions here. Very interesting questions, actually. But please just allow me to just pick up some of them from Professor Arifuddin, I'm sure, to Pak Dr. Kamal. Do Sasak people like trading? What percentage? What kinds of foods or materials do Sasak people sell? And what kinds of foods do Sasak people like? Santabe. Santabe Dadoho. That's Bimanis, beautiful Bimanis language of both of them, actually, Pak Dr. Kamal and Prof. Arif. Yes, please, Pak Kamal.
Typical Pak Arif's question. Yeah, I know he's very detailed in that question there. And unfortunately, we couldn't answer that question, Pak Arif, because we haven't gone into that area interviewing the shop owners, and we don't know the ethnicity of the shop owners. We just look at the name of the shop so far. We haven't identified the who uses English, who uses Indonesian, and who uses Sasak. But I assume that the majority of the shop owners that we observe would be from Sasak, with Sasak background. Then we could assume that those who use English and those who use Indonesian and Sasak would also be Sasak persons. But we haven't gone into that in more detail. I think what do they sell, and we have classified those products that they sell into 10 aspects just now, like lifestyle, etc. Then most of the shops sell food and beverages, and that way we classify them into food and beverages. Then what do the Sasak sell? I would say then the food and beverages, but also we have seen that fashion and others also sold by Sasak persons. We haven't gone into that area where the ethnicity has got something to do with the product they sell. Okay, thank you. That's a very interesting question, Pak Arif. We work together on that later on.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are still some more interesting questions, actually, from both students and lecturers, to not only to Pak Kamal, Dr. Kamal, but also to Mr. Lee. But my apology, due to the time constraint, we can't, accommodate these questions to be answered here. But I'm sure Pak Kamal, especially Pak Dr. Kamal, is easily contacted Yes, at the University of Mataram, FKIP English Department, especially. And I'm sure that Mr. Lee will be also easily contacted as well. So if you still have some more questions, okay, for especially this particular topic, you may contact them. Right. Thank you. And right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have had great time to join this session, this webinar today. And on behalf of the University of Mataram, the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, the Department of Language, Culture and Language Arts and Education, I'd like to express my gratitude for the presenters, Mr. Lee in this case especially, and Dr. Kamal, who have shared valuable insights, fruitful ideas, suggestions, and discussion, as well as constructive responses. And hopefully we can, especially for Mr. Lee, hopefully we can see you in the future webinar, and for Dr. Kamal as well. And hopefully we can, once again, hopefully we can apply those insightful informations from you to be applied in our local context and in general in Indonesia, or maybe in the world globally, right? So also thank you for participants for joining this session, this webinar. Thank you for your presentation, for your participations, questions, and very nice cooperation. Now I'm giving over to Miss Beautiful MC. Thank you. See you. Thank you, Mr. Lee Hwan Yik, as well as Mr. Kamaluddin Yusra for the very fruitful session. We would also like to thank Mrs. or Ibu Yuni Budi Lestari for the very amazing discussions. And now, so as not to waste any more time, let us start our third session for today's seminar. For this session, we are very pleased to welcome the Honorable Moderator, Dr. Santi Farmasari MTESOL. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Santi Farmasari.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Still a very good morning, everyone. Dear participants, thank you for staying with us in this Zoom room. We still have 195 participants. That's good. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we've learned a lot from the previous three keynote speakers, Ms. Charlene, Mr. Lee Hwan Yik, MSc, MED, also from Mr. Kamaluddin, MA, PhD. They have brought fruitful, insightful trends and issues around multilingualism, as well as issues around its effect to teaching young learners, to language policy, as well as to language choice in some different contexts. Dear participants, it's such a pleasure and honor for me to be the moderator for this session. The session where we are going to have a very well awarded scholar, expertise on the area of language and social change, Prof. Haji Mahyuni, MA, PhD, or popularly addressed here as Prof. Yon. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, before we get started, please allow me to provide some brief information about Prof. Yon. Prof. Mahyuni has been teaching here in the Department of English Education, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, for more than 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. He started teaching in 1988, so if I'm not mistaken, he has been teaching here for almost 33 years. Prof. Mahyuni or Prof. Yon completed his bachelor degree at the Department of English Education, University of Mataram. He obtained his Master of Applied Linguistics from Macquarie University, New South Wales, Australia in 1994, and obtained his PhD from University of Melbourne, Australia in 2004, specializing in language and social change. Prof. Yon, ladies and gentlemen, has published a number of papers, both in national and international reputable journals, such as two very recent journals of his is Managing Acquisition of Precision, a discursive psychology analysis of discussion on Yogyakarta's land ownership instruction in Facebook. This paper was published in International Journal of Multicultural and Multi-Religious Understanding. And the second recent article is Illocutionary Speech Acts used by Joko Widodo in first Indonesia presidential election debate, 2019, published in International Journal of Multicultural and Multi-Religious Understanding. Dear participants, today Prof. Yon is more than pleased to share with us a very interesting topic on linguistic landscape and multilingualism vitality. He will specifically address some issues related to related to linguistic landscape in societies and story in the making, linguistic landscape and the notions of authenticity, geosemiotics, and sociocultural pragmatics. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Prof. Mahyuni MA, PhD. Prof. Yon, microphone, screen, and times are yours. Sorry, Prof. Yon, my apology. The committee provides 30 minutes for the presentation, followed by 10-minute question and answer.
Right. Thank you very much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a few seconds. Yeah, because I am at home, sometimes the background is disturbing. So what I should say, much of the info has been given by both previous speakers, Dr. Kamal and Mr. Lee. So maybe the function of this session will be extended by having discussion more compared to what point I should address to you all. So the topic of my presentation is looking at what we are now facing, and I think this situation also faced by most countries in the world, particularly Asian countries, because studies have been addressed in this issue, mostly in Japan and Korean. And again, I'm saying most of the examples and what Pak Kamal have mentioned is also what I should mention in this case. So, looking at LL, a short form of linguistic landscape, is particularly to do with looking at how written form is distributed and used in a public sphere. This definition is used and developed by Goder and his colleagues. And this approach, again, is to do with multilingualism, and a quite new approach because it was started in about 1980s, something 87. It is also well known as linguistic cityscape. So this is also well known as linguistic cityscape because the nature of bilingual and multilingual communities, as has been mentioned by some expert, also is normal than rules. and therefore linguistic choices are available to everyone involving in such communities. Why this is so central and so important in the issue of bilingualism or multilingualism? Yes, because it functions to this as a distinctive marker of the geographical territory of the language community. Yes, people will know who are the inhabitants of particular area, and therefore it's only not language. It's not only language is used, also some symbols, and therefore it is also named as a geosemiotic at the moment. So the recent development of linguistic landscape is also studied very massively in geosemiotic issue, and even more nowadays. I mean, recently it is also a kind of digital scape. Also, some researchers doing some work on that, are doing some work on that issue. Yeah, as a territory, right? Once you see particular signs or language used in particular territories, it shows that there are language language groups exist and community use that language. And that is equally distributed through the area of, because we mentioned about area and then Lombok and Sumbawa. Although at the moment I'm talking very generally, but this the information I'm giving here is based on my studied from 2018 until now. Unfortunately, the data is not finished, analyzed yet. The next function is to inform in group. So we got a kind of in group to do with pride. So it's also mentioned by, it has been mentioned by Pak Kamal as well, and Pak Lee, that one way, and I remember also what Mr. or Dr. Professor Athieu said long time ago, 1987 or 5, if I'm not mistaken. He visited Lombok and attended his kind of formal speech, but that's it, sort of informal, attended by many colleagues, in which he claimed that one of the best ways to make our local language exist and become a pride is only by maximizing, if not optimizing its function and use, not only in the family, but also in public sphere. And that is important for informing in group, because again, pride will come up from the use of the local. Outgroup members of linguistic characteristics of the region entered, so that people will easily recognize. One question, interestingly, was asked by participants just now in the previous session: how can, let's say, MotoGP internationally will be conducted in Kuta there, but how Sasak will function on other local languages in Ntb, right? I think the answer will be easily shown by, again, whether the local people are proud of using their language or not. And then some signs should be also signated, by the use of logo, whatever, a kind of a board named. And that is, again, a great opportunity to show them that they exist, and then they are proud also to use their local language. LL, principally a language, I'm saying LL to mean linguistic landscape, principally to show functions to show linguistic diversity, and thus sociolinguistic composition. What portion local language takes place, and which language is more dominantly used in public sphere, whether local or international or some other global kind of international languages. because again, I'm not saying only English, because Mandarin is now also massively functioning in the public sphere. Public sign. So again, I keep referring to Pak Kamal because he got a clear data about the sign. And I think he was also inspired by one student that we advised together. How signs exist currently in the public sphere is not much found. It's not found a lot in local language, but international language function. So English, Italian, Japanese, depending on the culinary they are selling. Public signs can be unilingual, bilingual, of course, depending on the purpose, right? Or multilingual, even reflecting diversity of the linguistic groups. So the aim of doing whichever of these choices shows that they show kind of pride, kind of existence that they exist. They also realize how important the use of their language is, and again, a kind of empowering energy, to be proud of having their mother tongue or national language even. Therefore, when you go ahead in much detail about doing this, doing study on this issue, look at more detail. I think samples which have been explained is limited on certain numbers, but you need to maybe classify what kind of samples that you need to focus on, which sites you need to visit, right? Because nowadays, what is it? A kind of cafeteria. Some shops not only found in the city, in the suburb, right? But suburban areas also provide stores, and if you go now to very same place, sometimes restaurant also exists there. So look at those in detail. What kind of signs they use? Are they also proud using their own language or not? And therefore, later on, you can predict what will happen in the future. Mostly, they adapt themselves with the selling stuff they got, right? If they sell jeans, for example, blue jeans, then they will maybe use jean store, or maybe kind of borrowing Italiano names, right? Business institution is also determined a lot by what they sell. This is also supported by some evidence that we've got in the past. Commercial advert on billboards, again, easily found. It is easily found wherever you go. But look at what we got. This is an example, simple example I'm taking from a huge amount of data I am now collecting. My team, trying to collect so far. But look at the simple examples how bakso ball meat is promoted using landmark instead of names of the stuff that they are selling. So bakso Sehat Udayana, so instead of claiming the name of the bakso itself, they use the street name. So landmarking, they are naming the stuff that they are selling as this is based on the name of the landmarking. So the land where they sell the stuff. Okay, bakso Sehat Udayana dan sedia nasi belut tanpa tulang. So they got two stuff to sell, three, yeah. Nasi belut and nasi tulang, tanpa tulang. So got bakso and nasi belut tanpa tulang. It's a bit blurred to see the nasi belut. So belut maybe is well known by native, but for those unnative non-native. Belut is Ilfish. Is it Ilfish? Sort of, yeah. So look at the way they name their stuff. It's not name of the bakso, but it's name of the place where they are selling this stuff. The same case applies to, later on I will show that also. It is now a name of a street is function as a name of the food they are selling, like Dakota. So you got Bebek Ijo Dakota, for example. Well, Dakota means dalam kota. It is easily found near Mbigel. It is part of Mbigel. And then they named the place, as the name of the brand, the brand of the stuff they're selling. So interestingly, the change like this happened massively around Mataram. What will happen if you are looking at a very specific area like tourism area? Does this kind of trend also apply? You need to search around. So once you do branding based on the local, then when you say maybe Udayana, you say Bakso Udayana, then everybody knows the place, right? Instead of naming Bakso Sapi, for example, then maybe it's hard to find. And therefore, the very specific offer is given by the seller. Why? Because maybe one of them, the reason, right, why they put the name of the street instead of the stuff they're selling is because it's unique. Once you say Bakso Udayana, everybody will know that easily. The same case applies to Dakota, Rumah Makan Dakota, or Bebek Ijo Dakota, something like that. So landmarking again is function. So they landmark the name of the stuff they're selling to show the specificity of the stuff. Yeah, another example, this is a part of government's way of promoting a kind of, persuading people, persuading community, right? Why the picture is so interesting, as if it invites everyone to see what's going on with the mother and the kid. Yeah, inviting audience, inviting the road users, for example, to see that heart is listening instead of ear is listening. So by hugging them, hugging the kid, yeah, it means, or it shows closeness of the mother to the kid. Yeah, to show also solidarity, to show power sharing instead of our distance. There is no distance between mother and kids, and that is also commonly found in our daily encounters. Powerful sacrifice for the sake of the less powerful. Yeah. So truth, highly trustworthy means we convince the kid that we are now building his kind of self-esteem. So he is being respected by the mother. So message implied also is, so far we are too instructive. We talk more and less time to listen. Yeah, and therefore mother needs to listen to the kids, not only instructing. And therefore asymmetric relation is occurring every time, but we need to be similar, we need to be equal. And therefore we need to build a kind of mutual listening. Mother needs to listen the kid also needs to be listened. Mother needs to listen the kid, and the kid also needs to be listened. All right. The same, yeah. The kid also listen the mother. Okay. So intended message, or implied message, is invitation to mutually sharing, solidarity. I've mentioned this is ultimate tool for mutual communication. So what we need to do every day is a kind of building harmony between the mother and the kids. And the mother is everything for the kids. The father is something else. I mean, the portion should be also shared, but I think in this case, mother is the heart, yeah, of the family. Yeah, that is one example of government science, and we still find a lot. Yeah, names of the road, name of the place, street name, etc., etc. So claim has been made by Mahyuni et al. That, yeah, it is reality that at the third language varies from one place to the other places, depending on the need of the the publisher. Dominant language group and weaker language coexist. So sometimes there is no complaint, right? It has been raised by the previous presenters why there is no name of those shops. No shops use local language name. Well, maybe because there is no complaint, there is no protest. Yeah, nobody knows what's going on in the mall. Maybe mall is only for those that have, and for those have not rarely visit malls. We don't know, but I think it should be a kind of pride be built by the local government to promote local names. This doesn't happen, or is not found in, to my understanding, in some places like Japanese shops. I think some of us have got experience eating lunch or dinner in some traditional food court in the very top stairs, top level of the mall in Jakarta, in Surabaya, and those warungs, those restaurants provide local names instead of using Indonesians. Sometimes, yes, we found some, but little, instead of using English or other names, right? In the glossic situation, like what we are mentioning, like what we are presenting, high status function is more dominant. Yes, it is true, but there is no forbidden. Nobody knows, nobody forbade us to use our local, but it is a matter of awareness and a matter of pride. Once we try that, I believe it is also supported by community. Uma Cobek, one of the names used in mall, for example, not mall, what do you call it? I rarely visit the place, but I ate there last week. Also use Uma Cobek, which shows a very conventional kind of menu provided by that restaurant, and truly many native also are happy to eat in that place. So this shows that there is no relation, to be honest, between names and what they sell sometimes, but they are not proud of using that. So whose fault? Whose mistake in this case? Now, once you talk about power, power sharing, this is very a theoretical sound because once you say there are three types of power according to Gruber, you got the power over, power to, and power through to do with linguistic landscape. Power over shows dominant and repressive force. Why? Because you over the power. Under power, you use your power to strengthen your position. And this is well acknowledged and understood as well by issues in language policy, socio-cultural and economic values. examples from linguistic studies, linguistic landscape studies, is that official languages have power over non-official languages. Yeah, like in our case, maybe Indonesian is more well functioned compared to Sasak or other local languages. Languages with more instrumental values have power over other minority languages. So that is to do with power over. So it shows power to be pushed by those who are in high position. But power too is positive and a defiant force. So this is a kind of innovative linguistic practices. So once you have your mother tongue, your native language to be promoted, it's also welcome and supported by the policy made by the government, for example, and communicative repertoires. So communicative repertoires, whatever you use, is also welcome. It is made of a freedom and a personal choice. It is true in this case, when you say power to, you use power as a positive resource. Then it is a matter of owners have the power to create innovative linguistic forms, whatever they like. I think there is no, nobody will ban you if you name whatever you want to name based on your choice. But it is also a matter of a free will of every person, to choose what they think to be more prestigious compared to the ordinary one. So nothing wrong with living in multilingualism community. Whatever your choice is, it is well appreciated and well welcomed by whoever. That's the fact, right? Now, power through it sounds to be more, more tolerant, because a matter of using assemblage between, sign makers, for example, experience different types of power through semiotic assemblage. So this is a kind of combining names and semiotic. All right, that is a longer explanation about power. The next one, I put a subheading on history, entitled "In History in the Making." Yeah, because it is reality nowadays that people are now trying to create whatever they think positive to them. From historical perspective, from language making, from new naming systems, exist hand in hand. Nobody can disturb them. Nobody can ignore them. Ban them even. So whatever the choice is, they are just welcomed by community. It's a matter of taste in turn. If your selling stuff is or tastes fine, it will be well sold. Yeah. And therefore, in the future, maybe, again, what has been said by previous speakers, it is a serious effort of the local government, if they want the local symbols and values exist, they have to have a kind of local regulation. And it is allowed, it is welcome.
My apology, Prof.
Oh.
5 minutes.
All right.
5 minutes remaining.
Last, 1 minute. Just the last one. Digital scape, I think, the one that I try to follow, new term named by the experts. What you can do in the future is looking at linguistic landscape as a very potential and rich object of research. You can do research from your own table. You don't have to hang around like what commonly we do. We visit the object, but from the your laptop, from your mobile phone, even you can just open what's going on in bloggers, in SOSMED, and you can picture them out and see the way you analyze them. I think, okay, because of time, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yon, for very insightful information and also some issues related to linguistic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, it was very interesting that Prof. Yon used lots of contextual examples from public science in our surroundings and analyze them from linguistic landscape point of view. We may see and also pass by all those signs every day, Prof. Yon, but when sociolinguists see those signs, then they will appear differently from how we see them. Right, dear participants, now I'm inviting questions from you. If you have any question for Prof. Yon, you may write down your question in the chat box or simply just click the raise hand buttons in the Zoom room. So far, we haven't had any question yet from the audience, Prof. Yon.
Thank you. Maybe because everything is clear.
Everyone is
Hopefully.
happy with
Hopefully,
the linguistic landscape. Yeah.
Yeah. I keep mentioning this issue in my class, even, it is undergraduate. So moreover in postgraduate. So maybe that's the reason. And most of the participants appear to be our colleagues. And maybe that's the reason why, there is no coming questions to me. No
Okay,
questions.
so we are still waiting for questions, but no questions comes. All right. Okay. Actually, we've got some remaining questions from Pak Kamal's and Mr. Lee sessions previously, and those questions have not answered yet.
Right.
Yeah, if you don't mind to have some insights about the issues raised by the audience in the chat box. If you don't mind, let me read the last one from MH Pamrin.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any possibility of Sasak language become half used or mixed use with English language, like what happened in Malaysia and other countries, such as something like Sasaklish or Sasak English?
Sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, to be honest, I've got a bunch of data on that issue, but I mismanaged myself. I forgot where to put that data. But it is found that they also use English Sasaks, in some warung, some small restaurants we hang around through Central Lombok, for example, we found that. And we might suggest local people around Mandalika to use that to make the uniqueness of, Lombok being one of the most beautiful circuit of MotoGP in the world. We might use that, might offer that opportunity. Why not? Yeah,
Okay.
it is possible. It's possible. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Do you possibly remember some examples of those Sasak English that you observed in the warung?
Yeah, something like, you extend the question. That's what I didn't remember. But this place sells materials. They say batu is batu, but they aim to use Sasak. They aim to use Sasak. They don't aim to use Bahasa. But when they say batu, it means it is in Sasak. Materials in English. But that's what I can remember. Very small. But pasir is pasir. It becomes now what is it? A vocab of Sasak. It is easily borrowed from Indonesian. So it's hardly distinguished, to be honest, between which one is original Sasak and Indonesian. Sometimes, just interfere naturally from Indonesian to Sasak. But we'll show you. Personally, we can contact. And
that would be very interesting, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
And that would be very novel, because
Yeah.
I haven't seen any papers published about
Yeah,
this
yeah.
uniqueness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll use that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
Look
it
forward
would,
to having that.
yeah, it would be very beneficial as well for the you know,
Sure,
our
sure,
new circuit, our
I
new
agree.
national circuit.
Totally agree. That's right.
Yeah, a very
Mm.
promising area of research indeed.
Sure, sure.
Okay, Prof. Yon, if you don't mind, we've got a question from our student at the postgraduate study here, from Sari Wisudawati, if you don't mind to provide some feedback or comment on that. According to the data, you please, I can see that the use of Sasak is very limited. This is related to Pak Kamal's presentation actually. Sari sees that the use of Sasak is very limited in the context of Pak Kamal's research. Many people say that it's because of low self-esteem, especially when they meet in a formal situation. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, yes, maybe in some cases, but not truly correct. Yeah, because we have to do research on that. First, the reason why that happens sometimes because we haven't got any formal institution teaching Sasak, and that's what we are trying to, you know, to put a serious effort on. But until now, no serious response has been given by the policymaker. In the past, we were trying to build a kind of pendidikan guru bahasa daerah, but I think we need to think about that much more seriously with Mr. Dean, yeah, Pak Dekan, intern. Yeah.
Okay, right.
But in some cases, I agree with Sari. Yeah, in a formal situation, it is very rarely used. Yeah, just because we naturally use, you know, just a polite expression, you know, limited on naming, address forms, Longgo, Tiang, etc. And the rest is Sasak. So that's very normal in formal setting.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay, Prof. Yon, we've got a question here from Ibu Mira, our colleague here at English Education. Excellent presentation, Prof. Yon. How do you see people's mobility? More and more people commute and or move to the city world in correlation with the increased role of dominant language.
How do I see what? Pardon?
How do you see people's mobility in correlation with the increased role of dominant language?
Yeah, we can't stop that. That happens all over the world, right? People tend to go to the city instead of staying in a very remote place. That is one of the consequences of having no a kind of equal distribution of development, to be honest. But recently, it's getting better. We've got Anggaran Pembangunan Desa, which, you know, it's matter of competency of the villages now to manage the budget. Hoping that in one day in the future, there is no very critical gap between Desa and Kota. And I think that's what the central government is trying to do. So it is truly, you know, I can agree more on that statement. It's true, and dominant language, of course, will be well functioned. Indonesian in this case, Sasak will be less, but that is reality, and it happens in the world, you know. So when people say that their mother tongue or their language is much more dominant and more prestigious, they use that, you know. The same case to us, yeah. Wherever you go, when you speak English now, you are respected as you are educated, you know, but less than that, only Indonesian maybe less prestigious, something like that, or maybe less Indonesian, only Sasak, again, you are downgrade your position. So it happens wherever you go. So it is a kind of natural, what do you call, natural law. Yeah, sort of natural law. Prestige often dominantly recognized.
Exactly. So people are moving to a more promising places, of course, and it will affect some other aspects, including language.
Yeah, it affects your style, not only language, even your lifestyle, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. A question from Mr. Irwan, Prof. Yon.
Yeah.
Your data show that English or Indonesian is dominantly used because of marketing purpose rather than linguistic phenomenon, where language is seen to shift. What do you think about this?
Yeah, because we talk about global life. We are being Americanized, Westernized. That's economical perspective, and therefore we can't ignore the reality that English is dominant. The world language, so nobody ignore that reality. But it is, kind of a dilemma for world now. UNESCO is trying to promote local language, and the most successful ethnic groups at the moment being claimed to be success is that Maori in New Zealand. And we have to be aware that it is not, it's not easy to manage that. I believe conflict of interest is occurring everywhere you proclaim about your local language. But I think we should live hand in hand. Whatever we need, it should be developed. In terms of research, you can't ignore your local language. We do research, and we are now trying to look at a deep aspect. And Westerners are happy to see multilingual richness, in our country. They come here to enrich their research advancement, research quality, and they are happy to present the result of that paper in developed countries.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Yon, for your response. I think we have one more last question from Mr. Arifudin. I'm not sure whether this is Prof. Arifudin from our school or another Arifudin. So I'm just reading the questions. So
whoever he is.
Mr.
Is. All right.
In relation to linguistic landscape, who is the true owner of Creoles? The authentic owner of the language from which it is borrowed, or the creator of the Creoles?
Yeah, this is question to answer which comes first, whether egg or chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody can claim him or herself to be the owner of the language. Likewise, everybody therefore should be tolerant to everyone, because no one wants to be born as a Sasak. No one wants to be born as American. We want to be born as human being, and we want to be in one. As human being, humankind, wherever we live, we should live harmoniously, because we are created by God. We are given opportunity to live together nicely, cooperatively, and share values together as human beings. And we are responsible for the future need of this atmosphere, environment.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I think that's my comment.
Okay. All right. So
thank you very much.
We spent 28 minutes, Prof. Yon. We still have 2 minutes, if you don't mind, to provide a response for a question from
Happy to welcome everyone.
Yes, Mr. M. Tamrin from Sumbawa. Mr. M. Tamrin from Sumbawa. Prof, would you please give us some tips how to teach English effectively to our students where local language dominated, like what happened in some suburbans in Lombok? Thank you. Some tips for teaching English effectively. Yeah.
English effectively. Is that right? How to teach English effectively?
How to teach English effectively in the classrooms where students dominantly speak the local language.
That's right. That is the old history of previous curriculum, where students in elementary school should be taught in local language from 1 year to year 4, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That is aimed to maintain the local language, and local language should exist hand in hand with the national and even international one. Now, to do with international one effectively, of course, to my experience, I have to bring the students. I am not sure with Tamrin is one of my students in the past, but I got 2 or 3 students fellow of the FKIP. Then when they got speaking, I have a trouble with them. I had a trouble with them to 3 gilis, you know. Maybe some of the participants were my students in the past and still remember that, you know, kind of experience. We went to Gili, first travel for a daily assessment. We went to Nada Gili for a midterm, and the final test is conducted in the furthest or maybe nearest Gili. The 3 Gilis were functioned well in the past to have their real practice. Now, the problem is when they are dominantly speaking local language, of course, that is a special challenge for the teachers. But I think you still remember Mbak Santi as one of our colleagues at IKIP who got an English zone, right? Where nobody was allowed to speak local or even Indonesian. No single word was heard in Indonesian other than English. And that is the best practice we could apply everywhere at the moment. Once you are committed with your principle, then go ahead with the English. But you can't ban people, you know, speaking the local language, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, that is the consequences. One of the consequences to be a multilingualism speaker. Thank you very much, Mbak Santi.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Yon. That was wonderful presentations and also very fruitful discussions around the issues of linguistic landscape.
Thank you. Let me thank everyone. Thank you, everyone, and apologies for any inconvenience with, you know, the lack of materials being, you know, presented. So apologies for that. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My greatest gratitude for Prof. Yon for sharing with us a very fruitful, insightful information related to linguistic landscape. Dear participants, I'd like now to conclude these sessions by saying thank you so much for your participations and also your attentions throughout the session. Now I'm handing over the next session to the beautiful MC.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mahyuni, as well as Ibu Dr. Santi Parmasari for a very interesting and fruitful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the final session for today's international webinar. Now, so as not to waste any more time, please welcome the Honorable Moderator, Dr. Amrullah MPD.
Can we leave the room, Mbak Santi? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yon.
Thank you, Prof. Yon.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu. Kalau dari pagi kita sudah pergi ke Australia, sudah kita pergi ke Amerika, sudah kita pergi keliling dunia dengan menggunakan bahasa yang bisa dipahami. Nah, sekarang kita balik lagi ke kampung kita hari ini, ya. Karena momen webinar kita hari ini kan dalam rangka salah satunya itu bulan bahasa. Nah, narasumber kita juga untuk yang terakhir ini baru balik dari luar negeri, sudah dia mau pakai bahasanya sekarang ini. Oleh karena itu, saya perkenalkan narasumber kita, Bapak Dr. Johan Mahyudi, MPD. Beliau ini adalah dosen pendidikan bahasa dan sastra Indonesia di FKIP Universitas Mataram. Dr. Johan Mahyudi menulis disertasinya dengan judul Tipologi Puisi Digital Indonesia. Jadi hari-hari narasumber kita ini fokus mengajar sastra, mengajar puisi, mengajar sastra. Jadi di kepala narasumber kita ini isinya puisi dan sastra. Oleh karena itu, judul yang disampaikan dalam presentasi webinar kita ini ialah Ioperia, Hypertext, dalam eksperimen puisi-puisi videografi penyair Indonesia. Melihat euforia ini, Bapak, Ibu, partisipan semua, ini lihat kamu euforia itu perasaan nyaman, perasaan gembira yang berlebihan. Kalau melihat puisi-puisi dari sebelumnya itu dulu ditulis di atas lontar, di kertas, setelah di kertas diketik pakai mesin ketik. Kemudian ada lahir komputer pakai komputer. Nah, sekarang ini rupa-rupanya dalam perkembangan puisi, menulis puisi itu tidak cukup dengan teks. Kurang menarik. Oleh karena itu media semakin berkembang. Ada hypertext yang selanjutnya membuat puisi semakin lebih menarik. Banyak peminat puisi, banyak mengatakan sesuatu dengan puisi, bahkan sebelum menikah pun harus dengan berpuisi dulu. Nah, kalau kita dengar film India itu kalau dia sebelum mengatakan apa sudah nyanyi duluan, barangkali itu yang akan disampaikan oleh Dr. Johan Mahyudi dalam hal judul yang kami sampaikan tadi. Oleh karena itu Bapak Ibu, untuk memperjelas apa yang dimaksud dengan judul yang disampaikan ini, kami persilahkan Dr. Johan Mahyudi MPD untuk memulai presentasinya. Dalam waktu kurang lebih 30 menit dan sisa waktu nanti kita gunakan untuk tanya jawab. Silakan Bapak Ibu tulis pertanyaan jika ada yang bertanya di chat. Baik, kami silahkan Bapak Dr. Mahyudi MPD untuk menyajikan slide-nya, materinya. Silakan. Tutup dulu nih. Ini tolak tutupnya.
Pak Dr. Johan mungkin akan berpuisi dulu sebelum presentasi. Monggo. Dari tadi pagi kita serius terus ini Pak Dokter.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Kajur, terima kasih Mbak Santi. Kita akan berpuisi, bahkan di sepanjang Salindia, bahasa Indonesia untuk PowerPoint. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya sangat merasa terhormat berada dalam forum ini, dan karena itu terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada panitia seminar, kepada Bapak Dekan FKIP Universitas Mataram, Bapak Dekan 1 tadi yang sudah sempat membuka acara kita, Bapak Ketua Jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra, Bapak dan Ibu pembicara, serta para peserta seminar yang berbahagia. Saya meminta izin untuk menyampaikan seluruh materi presentasi ini dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, ya, supaya pengetahuan tentang fenomena puisi videografi ini bisa dipahami terutama oleh mahasiswa yang dari pendidikan bahasa Indonesia S1 dan S2 yang sudah bergabung bersama kita dalam seminar ini. Selain itu, tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa sekarang ini kita masih di bulan bahasa, di ujung bulan bahasa, sehingga penggunaan bahasa Indonesia ini harapannya menjadi bagian dari semangat perayaan bulan bahasa dan juga kado bagi para peserta seminar dari program studi pendidikan bahasa dan sastra Indonesia. Juga sebagaimana yang disebutkan oleh Master Lee tadi, bahwa dalam perspektif ideologi bangsa Indonesia, maka sudah seharusnya kita mulai belajar mengutamakan bahasa Indonesia. Saya akan membagi salindia yang sudah saya siapkan. Ya, judulnya sebagaimana tadi yang sudah disebutkan oleh Pak Dr. Amrullah, yaitu Euforia Hypertext dalam eksperimen puisi-puisi videografi penyair Indonesia. Kita akan lihat dulu bagaimana puisi dan perkembangan zaman sebagaimana yang bisa Bapak dan Ibu baca dalam bukunya Raman Selden, Peter Widonsson, dan Peter Rucker yang berjudul A Reader Guide to Contemporary Literary Theory. Jadi ketiganya di dalam buku ini menyampaikan bahwa puisi era Renaissance itu cenderung didominasi oleh fitur visual. Sementara di era romantik, puisi berorientasi pada musik. Dan orientasi pada seni verbal itu menjadi gambaran dari gerakan realisme. Ini sekaligus juga mengingatkan kita bahwa hari ini kita masih penuh semangat dalam gerakan yang terakhir ini, yaitu gerakan realisme. Ada satu buku yang dengan sangat baik membahas mengenai sejarah penggunaan hypertext ketika muncul komputer dalam sebagai bagian dari kehidupan manusia, yaitu bukunya Morris dan Swiss. Keduanya mengatakan begini, kemajuan teknologi komputer dalam memediasi karya ekspresif seperti puisi telah menambahkan puisi ke dalam daftar studi hypertext naratif, fiksi interaktif, game komputer, seni intermedia, dan bentuk-bentuk seni digital lain yang memamerkan serangkaian visualisasi. Nah, berikut ini saya akan menyajikan contoh dari fiksi hypertext pertama. Ya. Teori hypertext itu pertama kali dikemukakan oleh Jos Belendo untuk menguraikan perbedaan antara literatur tercetak dan elektronik. Objek analisis dari Lendo yaitu sastra elektronik yang ditulis pada tahun 1987 oleh penulis Amerika Michelle Joyce. Karya yang kemudian dikenal sebagai bentuk hypertext pertama itu diterbitkan beberapa tahun berikut oleh H-Gate System ya, dalam bentuk VCD. Mari kita lihat seperti apa sih hypertext yang pertama kali muncul. Ya, itu dia. Bapak dan Ibu bisa melihat bahwa dalam tayangan tadi, kita diberi kesempatan untuk membaca sekaligus juga menyaksikan bagaimana pembacaan menggunakan komputer. Kala itu belum ada kesempatan untuk menambahkan suara, belum ada kesempatan untuk menambahkan fitur-fitur yang lain. Ya. Kemudian pada versi yang lebih lengkap itu ada puisi karya Shelley Jackson tahun 1995. Puisi ini mirip dengan game. Setiap orang bisa saja berakhir membaca puisinya ke tempat yang lain, sehingga ada begitu banyak pilihan untuk membaca. Nah, di Indonesia, praktik hypertext itu, eksperimen-eksperimen yang menggunakan hypertext itu dicoba oleh Afrizal Malna dalam banyak sekali puisinya. Hanya saja, puisi-puisi yang dipublikasi oleh Afrizal Malna ini masih terlalu didominasi oleh visualisasi gambar-gambar. Ya. Jadi dimensi paraverbalnya itu banyak. Apa yang merupakan tangkapan layar dari Salindia ini, seperti anti nyamuk dan kecoa, kemudian awas barang tiruan, kemudian di sini, di topeng ini ada sedikit sekali tulisan. Itu sebenarnya merupakan tangkapan layar yang sudah saya ambil semata-mata untuk menunjukkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu bahwa dari durasi lebih dari 1 menit videografinya, Afrizal Malna hanya menyajikan tulisan selama 2 atau 3 detik untuk tulisan yang ini. Bapak dan Ibu bisa lihat contoh yang lebih lengkap ya.
24.990 mie instan 890.
Karena teknologi yang sudah didukung dengan aplikasi pembuatan video, Afrizal Malna itu bisa mengkreasi berbagai macam gambar yang sudah ada maupun gambar yang dia buat sendiri. Nah, ini ada tulisan yang lewat. Ini merupakan salah satu eksperimen hypertext yang dilakukan oleh Afrizal Malna. Kita akan coba lihat satu lagi dari eksperimen Afrizal Malna sebelum ke Salindia berikut untuk melihat eksperimen yang dilakukan oleh penyair yang lain.
Sebuah meja malam dari kayu bekas puntung rokok menembus di permukaan.
Jadi eksperimennya bahkan sangat banyak pada penggunaan gambar-gambar. Sekarang kita pindah ke salin dia yang berikutnya. Di dalam eksperimen hypertext yang dilakukan di Indonesia, itu juga ada teks yang terungkap secara berurutan. Ya. Teksnya itu diungkapkan secara berurutan. Salah satu yang paling bagus saya lihat dari puisi Gunawan Muhammad ini. Eksperimen pada puisi ini berusaha menggunakan teks-teks untuk membangun gambar. Kita sudah bisa mendengarkan musik, kita sudah bisa mendengarkan suara dari narator. Ada puisi dari James Aditya, saya akan perlihatkan yang ini. Teks-teksnya itu hanya dimunculkan lalu diganti dengan teks-teks berikutnya. Tidak ada eksperimen teks yang bergerak ke arah kiri, kanan, atau bolak-balik seperti yang dilakukan oleh Gunawan Muhammad tadi. Oke, kita ke salin dia berikutnya. Dalam eksperimen teks hypertext yang ketiga, itu saya melihat para kreator itu mengatur teks-teksnya secara spasial, kemudian dinavigasi sedemikian rupa, lalu kemudian kita masih bisa memahaminya sebagaimana teks-teks yang tercetak. Salah satu contohnya, misalnya pada puisi Hujan Bulan Juni karya Sapadi Djoko Damono ini.
Tak ada yang lebih tabah dari hujan.
Apa yang dinyanyikan oleh narator itu masih kita bisa baca di sini dalam sebuah kotak dialog komik.
Titik rindunya kepada pohon berbunga itu. Tak ada yang lebih bijak dari hujan.
Baik, kita lewati itu. Nanti jika muncul pertanyaan baru kita perlihatkan contoh-contoh yang lebih banyak. Kemudian satu lagi, eksperimen hypertext yang nyaris tidak memperlihatkan teksnya, tetapi kemudian kita bisa dapati karena teks itu ada di bagian bawah.
Mana kita ketika kilau bara sang surya, berbaik hati pembimbing
Teksnya ada di
sukma.
bagian bawah.
Di mana kita ketika ibunda alam membelai lembut dengan penuh kasih sayang.
Lihat. Kembali. Ini. Stella. Ya. Oh. Apa ya? Atau enggak usah. Nggak usah aja. Nah, gitu. Ini ya. Ini coba. Ini tadi kelihatan. Karena hyperlink, saya bisa setelkan dari tempat lain. Setelkan. Baik, nampaknya hyperlinknya tidak nampak Bapak dan Ibu. Saya akan setelkan dari tempat yang lain. Ini puisi Hujan Bulan Juni. Oh, nggak nampak juga. Saya memang tidak mau nampak. Saya akan lanjutkan saja penjelasannya. Hilang malah zoomnya. Buat ini ya. Menu nih. Ya, videonya nggak bisa dibuka. Atau saya ikut zoom dari awal.
Mohon maaf Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebentar teknisian kami sedang membantu narasumber sebentar untuk menayangkan video sebenarnya, menayangkan gambar. Ya. Ini sudah bisa.
Apa-apa gitu aja. Dasar di stop ya. Oh. Ya, sudah ya. Oke. Ini ya. Harus turun semua. Ya, turun. Nah. Ya, keluar ya.
Ini belum mau tayang bagi video, Pak Johan.
Matikan video. Ya.
Oke. Bagaimana, Pak Johan? Ya, silakan. Pak.
Ya, mohon maaf Bapak dan Ibu. Nampaknya saya mengalami masalah ketika membagikan video ya. Oleh karena itu, saya akan menerangkan saja gambar-gambarnya sekalian memperlihatkan bagaimana ulasan teoretiknya. Nah, dari deretan puisi-puisi pada Salindia ini, kata-kata yang yang tertulis di layar itu masih kita bisa pahami sebagaimana kita membaca puisi biasa. Hanya saja sekarang kita terbentur pada waktu. Waktu menjadi salah satu fitur penting di dalam puisi videografi ini. Kita tidak bisa, yang tadinya kita membolak-balik halaman, kemudian katakanlah kita bisa mencetaknya, sekarang kita tidak lagi bisa menyaksikan versi tercetaknya. Kita hanya bisa menikmati puisi ini dalam bentuk videografi. Kemudian pada puisi, fenomena puisi hiperteks yang keempat, itu para kreator mempertahankan kualitas bahasa puitisnya. Misalnya, pada puisi Pelukanku untuk Doa yang Kamu Cinta, karya Panji Ramdana ini, nanti Bapak dan Ibu bisa cari di YouTube ya. Pelukanku untuk doa-doa yang kau tujukan atas nama orang-orang yang kamu cinta. Ini kualitas katanya puitis. Begitu pula pada Mencintai untuk Bahagia, karya Ian Satya. Cintamu membuatku bisa menggulung mendung. Jadi kata-katanya memang puitis. Selain mereka mengandalkan gambar, kata-kata juga masih menjadi fitur yang penting di dalam puisi videografi fenomena keempat. Nah, terkait dengan euforia penggunaan media baru oleh para kreator, oleh para seniman, atau oleh penyair-penyair yang dulunya merupakan bagian dari penyair puisi tekstual, itu sesungguhnya membuat kita sebagai pengamat puisi bisa mengajukan sejumlah pertanyaan. Misalnya pertanyaan pertama adalah, apa dan bagaimana prekursor, prosedur, dan konteks interpretasi puisi berbasis teknologi komputer? Jadi apa saja sih fitur-fitur yang membentuk puisi itu? Bagaimana prosedur menikmatinya? Bagaimana juga konteks interpretasinya? Hal itu akan kita bicarakan di ujung salindia yang sudah saya siapkan ini. Pertanyaan kedua adalah, apa perbedaan yang betul-betul memisahkan antara puisi hiperteks dan puisi tercetak dan juga lisan? Tadi sebagian sudah saya kemukakan. Salah satu jawabannya adalah puisi lisan, puisi tercetak itu masih bisa kita, bahkan puisi-puisi lisan ketika ditulis dengan komputer, kita print out lagi, itu masih bisa kita baca di atas kertas, apalagi puisi tercetak ya. Tetapi tidak dengan puisi videografi. Kita tidak bisa membacanya dengan kertas. Terlalu banyak kertas yang harus kita gunakan untuk membuat tangkapan layar untuk sebuah puisi yang katakanlah ditayangkan selama 1,5 menit. Oleh karena itu, satu-satunya moda yang paling mungkin, apalagi kemudian ada fitur waktu untuk memahaminya, maka puisi-puisi videografi itu hanya bisa kita saksikan langsung di layar berbasis komputer. Pertanyaan ketiga adalah, bagaimana jangkauan dan vitalitas konstruksi non-lirik? Hiperteks itu berarti ada hubungan dengan lirik, tetapi kemudian puisi-puisi videografi ini diperkaya oleh seni-seni lain yang kita tahu itu non-lirik ya. Misalnya tadi ada seni komik, ada kata-kata yang dipertahankan ditulis dalam bentuk komik, lalu ada adegannya, ada suara ya, ada rintik-rintik hujan, puisinya berbicara tentang hujan, ternyata ditambah lagi dengan rintik-rintik hujan. Nah, semua itu menawarkan makna ya di tengah begitu banyak keanehan, di tengah begitu banyak variasi, dan juga tentu saja sebagaimana yang diusung oleh tulisan ini, yaitu di tengah kegembiraan berpuisi dengan menggunakan media baru. Sekarang ada begitu banyak manfaat kita bisa menyaksikan puisi-puisi di YouTube misalnya. Bagi seorang kreator, puisi-puisi di YouTube itu bisa memberi informasi tentang sudah berapa banyak orang yang membaca puisinya. Berbeda dengan di era puisi tercetak misalnya, seorang penulis, seorang penyair itu tidak betul-betul bisa tahu, bisa mengerti siapa saja yang sudah membaca puisinya, juga tidak betul-betul tahu sudah berapa banyak orang yang membaca puisinya. Dalam puisi videografi, hal itu sangat mungkin dilakukan. Nah, kemudian salah seorang kritikus sastra yang secara khusus membahas tentang hiperteks ini ya, yaitu Arset. Ya. Hiperteks itu bahkan dikritik oleh Arset, dia ganti istilah ini menjadi cybertext. Ya. Menurut Arset, istilah ini tidak pas. Gitu. Mengapa? Ada beberapa persoalan. Mengapa kemudian Arset merasa perlu melakukan kritik terhadap istilahnya saja. Yang pertama adalah sebuah puisi atau karya sastra lain atau karya seni lain selalu menyajikan interactivity. Jadi interactivity itu adalah bagaimana sebuah karya seni mampu menggugah pembacanya untuk mencoba merenungi apa sesungguhnya yang menjadi hal indah dari apa yang disajikan. Misalnya dalam konteks hiperteks, puisi hiperteks ini, puisi-puisi itu menyajikan gambar, menyajikan huruf, ya, menyajikan suara. Nah, ketika Arset melakukan kritik ini di tahun 1977, menambahkan fitur suara pada teks, menambahkan fitur gerak ya pada teks itu masih belum bisa dilakukan. Kita lihat tadi di puisi pertama hiperteks itu, sehingga menurut Arset interaktiviti itu belum terbentuk. Tetapi tidak ketika kita sudah katakanlah menyaksikan video puisi Hujan Bulan Juni dengan videografi komik tadi yang disusun berdasarkan puisi Sapardi Djoko Damono. Di situ ada interaktiviti bahwa gambar yang kita saksikan itu mendukung syair-syair bagus yang sudah ditulis oleh Sapardi Djoko Damono. Menurut Arset, hipe di dalam kata hiperteks itu mendahului organisasi teks sebagai lingkaran umpan balik. Jadi dia tidak setuju. Yang paling tepat adalah cybertext. Mengapa demikian? Karena dalam istilah cybertext, seorang pengguna itu bisa mengarahkan teks yang mereka nikmati dalam bentuk tayangan sebagaimana yang bisa dilakukan oleh seorang programmer atau pemain, ya, dan sama sekali tidak mengarah pada upaya membentuk seorang pembaca atau persona penulis dan pembaca. Ketika kita menikmati karya sastra berupa puisi tekstual atau bahkan puisi lisan, itu ada dua orang di situ, yaitu penulis pembaca, atau antara si orang yang membacakan pantun dan penyimaknya. Tetapi dalam konteks puisi videografi, lebih tepat orang yang menonton, menyaksikan itu disebut sebagai seorang pemain, jadi seorang pemirsa. Nah, bagaimana kemudian aspek sastra dari hypertext? Morris dan Swiss di dalam buku yang saya perkenalkan di Salimbia ketiga tadi menulis begini. Dalam puisi videografi, pembaca tidak lagi pasif, tetapi mengambil peran sebagai seorang penulis karena kita aktif. Kita aktif, bisa memilih, apalagi pada contoh puisi kedua tadi. Di situ ada 5 atau 6 pilihan untuk diklik, ya. Ketika kita mengklik nomor 1 misalnya, kita akan diarahkan pada bacaan tertentu. Sekarang dalam novel-novel eksperimen hal itu juga ada. Novelnya menggunakan 2 alur. Terserah pada pembaca untuk memilih alur yang mana. Jadi salah satu pertanyaan Eko dulu, salah satu tantangan para penulis di dunia selama ini adalah bagaimana kemudian dalam sebuah kisah detektif yang katakanlah menyajikan tentang pembunuhan, itu pelaku pembunuhnya bukan lagi para tokoh di dalam cerita itu, tetapi yang menjadi pelaku pembunuhan adalah si pembaca sendiri. Itu tadinya menjadi sangat sulit untuk diwujudkan. Tetapi kemudian novel-novel eksperimen telah memberi kita kesempatan untuk menjadi orang yang menentukan seperti apa sih akhirnya novel ini seharusnya menurut saya. Begitu pula dengan puisi-puisi videografi hasil hypertext ini. Kita boleh saja berhenti di mana saja, apalagi dengan eksperimen yang kedua tadi, ada 5 pintu yang disiapkan di situ. Kita bisa memilih mau berakhir di mana, tergantung pada pintu mana yang kita masuki. Ya. Kemudian Morris juga dan Swiss itu menjelaskan lebih lanjut. Idenya, pembaca itu tidak boleh menjadi pasif, tetapi harus mengambil tugas sebagai penulis. Jadi kreasi itu tidak akan pernah berhenti. Sebagai pembaca, kita punya kesempatan, kita punya hak untuk menentukan sampai di mana kita akan menonton puisi videografi tersebut. Nah, lalu kemudian pertanyaannya, selama ini katakanlah yang sering digunakan, yang terstandar untuk yang digunakan untuk memaknai puisi itu adalah interpretasi model Roland Barthes. Kita dulu di sekolah sudah mengenal ini, yaitu tentang denotasi dan konotasi. Roland Barthes adalah seorang filsuf, kritikus sastra, dan semiolog Prancis, ya, yang paling ekspresif mempraktikkan semiologi Ferdinand de Saussure, ya, dan bahkan dia mengembangkan semiologi menjadi metode untuk menganalisis kebudayaan, bukan hanya dalam sastra. Nah, semiotika Roland Barthes itu menguraikan pemaknaan tanda dengan sistem pemaknaan denotasi, konotasi yang terikat oleh kehadiran mitos. Jadi kita tidak bisa memaknai satu kata atau lirik dalam puisi itu hanya dengan mengandalkan aspek denotasinya. Konotasinya pun tidak boleh terlalu liar, ada aspek mitos yang mengikatnya. Ini pola kerja dari pemaknaan Roland Barthes yang banyak sudah dipraktikkan dalam penelitian-penelitian skripsi di FKIP Universitas Mataram, di program studi kami. Nah, puisi berbentuk videografi ini yang sangat mengandalkan hypertext itu dikritik oleh Philip Bootz. Menurut Bootz, hypertext hanyalah aplikasi operator untuk ruang data sastra. Ini kata kritikus, ya. Dalam teori Bootz, model prosedural ketika kita harus memilih akan mengklik yang mana dan akan mengarah kemana, menurutnya itu adalah operasi hypertext yang sesungguhnya hanya dilakukan oleh seorang operator. Ya. Prosedur dan pemrograman hypertext menurut dia relatif sederhana, lebih berupa tanggapan terhadap serangkaian masalah dokumenter ketimbang puisi, apalagi narasi. Kalau kita menyaksikan puisi-puisi yang dibuat oleh Afrizal Malna, di situ memang apa yang dikritik oleh bots ini nampak jelas. Jadi Afrizal Malna itu hanya mengambil beberapa gambar disatukan sedemikian rupa. Hampir kita tidak menemukan teks di situ. Hypertext, kata bots, mengambil spasialisasi teks, ya, jadi mengambil ruang teks di dalam layar itu di luar media cetak dan membawa kiasan navigasi menjadi terkenal. Tetapi menurut bots, komposisi bahasa atau leksianya itu tetap mempertahankan kualitas seperti media cetak. Tadi kita lihat, meskipun menggunakan videografi yang dicomot-comot dari katakanlah penggalan film drakor ya, tetap kualitas dari lirik itu dipertahankan oleh kreatornya. Jadi kemudian perpindahan spasial terkadang tidak berhasil, bahkan juga ditilik secara metaforis. Misalnya tadi pada puisi Gunawan Muhammad yang huruf-hurufnya dibolak-balik, larik-lariknya dibuat sedemikian rupa sehingga membentuk ruang. Ada yang mirip pintu, ada yang mirip benda-benda yang lain. Menurut bots itu tidak bisa mengantar seorang penonton untuk bisa menangkap maknanya. Kemudian yang keenam, kritik keenam dari bots itu adalah pemrograman yang terlibat dalam hypertext tampaknya relatif dangkal dan lebih erat bersekutu dengan parateks dan pembingkaian tekstual. Jadi menurut dia pekerjaan yang semacam ini adalah pekerjaan yang gampang, tidak terlalu menunjukkan keseriusan pada tekstualitas sastra yang selama ini dikenal selama ratusan tahun. Berikutnya, Arset, jadi dia terkenal sebagai penulis dari buku-buku tentang kemajuan teknologi. Dia juga memberikan kritik atas hypertext ini. Menurut Arset, ada konflik epistemologis ketika hypertext ini katakanlah diumumkan pada tahun 1987 itu. Ya. Menurut dia, hypertext, game petualangan, dan sebagainya bukanlah teks. Ini kritik yang sangat keras. Jadi bukan teks. Sebagaimana karya sastra pada umumnya adalah sebuah teks. Jadi, cara para kreator itu menghasilkan struktur verbal untuk efek estetika hanya menambahkan dimensi paraverbal yang sangat sulit dilihat. Jadi menurut Arset, kita tidak bisa melihat aspek sastranya. Jadi cybertext adalah mesin untuk memproduksi berbagai macam ekspresi. Karena ahli teori sastra dilatih untuk mengungkap ambivalensi sastra, jadi selama ini kita mempelajari teori sastra, terutama di Indonesia ini sangat terpengaruh oleh teori struktural Roman Ingarden, René Wellek ya. Bahkan juga dari tulisan-tulisan Terry Eagleton yang mencoba untuk mengkritik sastra yang terlalu strukturalis itu, tetap kita bisa melihat bahwa pakar-pakar teori sastra itu selalu mendorong kita untuk mendiskusikan ambivalensi sastra, bahwa ketika puisi itu disajikan maka kita tahu apa yang tertulis di situ, apa yang bisa kita baca di situ bukan satu-satunya makna. Dengan menggunakan Roland Barthes sekalipun kita sudah tahu tadi ada makna denotasi, ada makna konotasi. Jadi sedikitnya ada dua makna yang kita temukan di situ. Sementara pada sebuah puisi videografi, gambar-gambar yang ada di situ sepertinya ikut menjelaskan tentang apa yang sudah tertulis di layar. Sehingga dari situ, maka kita tidak bisa menemukan ambivalensinya. Semuanya nampak biasa. Oke. Selanjutnya, Di Rosario. Di Rosario ini adalah salah satu penulis yang sangat sering menulis tentang puisi digital ya. Saya akan menjelaskan tentang bagaimana pembelaan Di Rosario atas puisi-puisi yang berbentuk videografi. Jadi kalau tadi kita sudah melihat ada dua kritikus yang menolak kehadiran hypertext pada puisi videografi, berikut ini ada Di Rosario yang melakukan pembelaan. Menurut Di Rosario, dalam puisi berbentuk videografi, tipografi tampaknya terkait dengan berbagai variasi linguistik dan level pragmatik ujaran. Dua hal tersebut dapat memperkuat pesan verbal dalam teks. Jadi puisi yang tadi dikritik puisi Gunawan Muhammad yang bentuknya merupakan teks lurus lalu kemudian membentuk benda-benda tertentu, bagi Di Rosario itu justru bisa memperkuat pesan verbalnya. Nah, kemudian menurut Di Rosario, berkat penataan ruang baris, teks membentuk blok pada halaman yang berkat elemen tipografi tambahan, itu pembaca memiliki akses ke tingkat pemaknaan yang berbeda dari teks dasarnya. Jadi bagi Di Rosario, eksperimen puisi videografi dengan teks-teks yang ada di dalamnya, itu justru bisa memberi kita kesempatan sebagai seorang pembaca untuk menikmati karya sastra dengan gaya baru. Sehingga pemaknaan itu tidak hanya berasal dari teksnya, tapi juga bisa berasal dari hal-hal yang lain, dari suara, dari narator tadi yang kita dengarkan mengucapkan kata-kata tertentu dengan intonasi tertentu. Itu bisa membantu kita untuk memaknai puisi videografi dengan lebih baik. Nah, sekarang kita lanjut ke dua salindia terakhir yang disampaikan oleh Szymanowski. Saya merasa harus menyampaikan pendapat ini karena Szymanowski ini seperti memberi kita jalan tengah ya. Tidak terlalu menolak kehadiran hypertext dan juga tidak terlalu mendukung hypertext sebagaimana yang dilakukan oleh Di Rosario. Menurut Szymanowski, kita masih bisa menikmati puisi videografi itu dengan catatan pertama, siapapun yang menonton puisi videografi harus memiliki kompetensi mengenai keaksaraan sinematik. Ya, dia sebut keaksaraan sinematik. Jadi siapapun yang menonton puisi videografi atau eksperimen-eksperimen hypertext itu harus tahu bagaimana caranya membentuk close up, pemotongan gambar, pemudaran, dan juga hal-hal yang lain terkait dengan penambahan musik. Berikutnya adalah menurut Szymanowski, menjelajahi efek teknis semiotik menjadi mutlak diperlukan agar puisi videografi dapat diinterpretasi. Jadi tetap ada semiotika di situ. Jadi semiotika yang lebih modern tentu diperlukan untuk menginterpretasi puisi videografi. Lalu Szymanowski juga menjelaskan jejak sinematik di dalam puisi videografi nampak jelas, bukan saja pada teknik pengambilan gambar, tetapi pada pengaturan plotnya. Jadi kita tahu tadi ada pengaturan plot. Salah satunya yang jelas itu misalnya pada puisi aksara beta, pada puisi tipe yang kedua, tipe yang ketiga dari yang sudah saya sampaikan. Yang terakhir, Szymanowski menyatakan begini, harus ada eksplorasi, signifikansi, koneksi berbagai fitur seni. Siapapun yang ingin memahami sebuah puisi videografi atau karya seni lain ya, dalam katakanlah dalam bentuk film pendek, tapi kemudian di dalamnya kita bisa menemukan puisi, Szymanowski mengatakan begini, makna itu tidak hanya berasal dari kata-kata, makna juga berasal dari kinerja kata dan interaksi antara penonton dengan kata-kata. Jadi begitu banyak hal yang bisa terlibat dalam memaknai teks. Untuk memaknai puisi videografi, selalu lakukan eksplorasi, signifikansi, koneksi di antara berbagai fitur yang ada di dalam tayangan tersebut. Jadi untuk bisa memahami sebuah puisi videografi, jangan hanya terpaku pada teksnya. Meskipun kita tahu bahwa banyak di antara puisi-puisi videografi itu merupakan eksperimen dari hypertext. Jangan hanya fokus pada teksnya. Perhatikan juga bagaimana fitur-fitur yang lain. Ada yang disebut sebagai fitur suara, ada fitur visualnya, ada fitur kinetiknya, dan fitur-fitur lain. Oke, saya kira itu yang bisa saya terangkan dari euforia puisi hypertext di Indonesia. Silakan kalau ada pertanyaan dan diskusi, saya kembalikan ke Pak Dr. Amrullah sebagai moderator.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dr. Johan Mahyudi, MPD. Bapak Ibu sekalian partisipan, menarik sekali apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Dr. Johan. Ini sisi lain dari pengetahuan yang di-share, yang dibagi pada hari ini tentang puisi, bagaimana perkembangan puisi dan kritik-kritik atau tokoh-tokoh yang menyajikan idenya dalam hal mengembangkan perkembangan puisi di dalam topik yang disampaikan oleh Pak Johan ini. Tadi juga Pak Johan mau mendukung materinya dengan video. Salah satu yang mau didukung tadi itu hujan bulan Juni. Rupa-rupanya kejauhan hujannya itu Bapak-Bapak, bulan Juni soalnya. Ini bulan Oktober, ternyata tadi mau menghadirkan hudan bulan Juni, ternyata petir bulan Oktober yang terdengar di luar tadi. Ya. Baik Bapak Ibu, silahkan di layar saya lihat ada ada beberapa pertanyaan di sini. Tapi rupa-rupanya Bapak Ibu partisipan sedang menulis puisi ini untuk bertanya kali, sehingga pertanyaannya ada beberapa yang ini muncul. Yang pertama pertanyaan dari Ibu Sari Wisudawati, ya. Ibu Sari mensarikan, mohon maaf, Ibu Sari mensarikan pendapatnya tentang kesangsian narasumber barangkali terhadap teknologi yang kemudian menurut Bu Sari ini teknologi itu tidak mengganggu semangat atau perasaan ketika orang menuangkan puisi. Nah, itu yang pertama. Yang berikutnya ya itu saja dulu Pak narasumber, Pak Dr. Johan. Mohon disampaikan atau dijelaskan pertanyaan Bu Sari yang mensarikan pertanyaannya. Silakan Pak Johan.
Ya, sambil menjawab pertanyaan Bu Sari, ini adalah contoh dari puisi Hujan Bulan Juni yang dikreasi menjadi sebuah puisi videografi. Pada puisi ini kita bisa melihat bahwa teks puisi itu dibantu dengan fitur suara, lagu, musik, ya, dan juga kita tahu ada seni komik yang berperan di sini. Kehadiran fitur-fitur itu mestinya menurut teori sastra itu bisa memberi kita kesempatan untuk menangkap ambiguitas dari teks. Karya sastra itu menjadi nikmat ketika kita membaca sebuah puisi, lalu kemudian puisi itu di ujungnya membawa kita pada kesempatan untuk merenung. Merenung merefleksikan kehidupan kita atau merenung merefleksikan kehidupan yang lain, ya, kehidupan orang lain. Bahkan ketika kita menggunakan teori Roman Ingarden, begitu kita membaca puisi, tak ada yang lebih bijak dari Hujan Bulan Juni. Kita tahu dari sisi pemilihan bunyi saja ini sudah bagus. Dari Hujan Bulan Juni, kita tahu di situ ada kehadiran asonansi. Kita tahu ada kehadiran aliterasi dalam banyak puisi. Nah, keindahan-keindahan bunyi itu kemudian beralih kepada perhatian kita pada keindahan-keindahan objek tertentu. Ketika hujan misalnya disebutkan, ada banyak hal yang bisa kita bayangkan. Tetapi kemudian banyak hal yang kita bisa bayangkan itu, ya, dari kritiknya Morris dan Swiss tadi itu atau dari kritiknya Arset itu kemudian menjadi hilang. Kesempatan kita membayangkan ribuan jenis hujan itu hilang hanya oleh kehadiran foto, oleh kehadiran gambar, oleh kehadiran komik yang bagus ini. Komik ini bukan tidak bagus, komik ini sangat bagus. Tetapi kemudian membatasi kesempatan kita untuk melamunkan, untuk menghayalkan ratusan jenis hujan lain. Yang mungkin salah satunya adalah hujan yang pernah kita alami sendiri. Kira-kira begitu. Jadi mestinya menurut Morris, kita menikmati karya sastra itu harusnya tanpa pembatasan. Makanya tadi disebut puisi videografi ini seolah-olah mengarah kepada kesempatan untuk hanya menambahkan gambar, suara yang pada akhirnya menghilangkan kesempatan pembaca untuk melamunkan sesuatu yang mungkin lebih bagus dari ini atau sesuatu yang lebih luas dari apa yang kita bisa tangkap di depan layar. Kira-kira itu ya Mbak Sari. Ini bukan tentang anti teknologi atau tidak anti teknologi, sama sekali tidak. Ini tentang bagaimana kemudian orang-orang yang berkreasi dengan puisi-puisi yang sudah terkenal itu seperti berupaya untuk membatasi. Itu kata yang kritikus, ya, kata yang tidak setuju dengan ini, Arset dan Morris dan Swiss. Tetapi kalau menurut Di Rosario ini justru bagus. Ketika kata tak ada yang lebih bijak dari Hujan Bulan Juni, lalu kemudian ditambahkan dengan orang yang duduk di kursi roda, kemudian berdoa di kuburan. itu menambah kesunyian yang diharapkan, menambah rasa dingin yang diharapkan. Itu katanya di Rosario. Jadi saya sengaja menyajikan pro dan kontra dalam persoalan ini semata-mata bukan untuk menunjukkan bahwa yang pro lebih hebat, yang kontra lebih hebat, tapi tidak. Bahkan saya juga menyajikan jalan tengah. Jadi kritikus yang memberi kita jalan tengah, Szymanowski. Jadi Szymanowski mengatakan bahwa karya-karya videografi, bukan hanya puisi videografi, tetapi film itu tentu saja bisa kita nikmati. Tidak ada yang akan dengan gampang mengatakan bahwa film itu tidak bagus. Hanya karena film itu katakanlah tidak sesuai dengan minatnya. Sebuah film tetap bagus, karena terlalu banyak hal yang bisa kita nikmati dari film. Karya sinematik tentu memberi kita kesempatan untuk melihat bagaimana kemudian orang-orang dengan sangat pandai mengambil gambar dari sudut tertentu, bagaimana kemudian orang-orang dengan sangat pandai menyusun adegan-adegan tertentu, sehingga membuat kita mau duduk berjam-jam di depan layar. Tentu itu bukan seni biasa. Ya, jadi selalu ada kesempatan untuk membangun hubungan antara gambar, antara lukisan dengan orang yang menikmatinya, antara puisi dengan orang yang membacanya, dan juga antara videografi dengan orang yang sedang menontonnya. Selalu ada koneksi itu. Jadi Szymanowski memberi kita jalan tengah. Jalan tengahnya ada, kritikusnya ada, yang pro juga ada. Ini paket lengkap untuk melihat fenomena puisi yang sedang berkembang di YouTube di Indonesia ya. Oke. Saya kira itu.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dr. Jo. Ada 2 pertanyaan lagi, mungkin ini pertanyaan penutup ya. Saya khawatir bapak-bapak yang sedang nulis pertanyaan ini, kita tutup saja pertanyaan ini. Ada 2 lagi yang ingin saya sampaikan. Ada 2 penanya Pak John, ada Bu Mira dan ada Baik Hidia. Bu Mira ini mengklarifikasi sebuah film ini pada Pak narasumber. Apakah Pak Jo pernah nonton film Video Mawang, Kasih Sayang pada Orang Tua? Apakah ini seperti teori Szymanowski yang tidak melulu memperhatikan kata-kata? Terima kasih. Yang kedua ini Pak Dr. Jo, apakah membaca puisi dalam bentuk sinemografi ini tidak menghilangkan esensi dari rasa membaca, tidak menghilangkan esensi dari membaca itu sendiri? Seperti kita ketahui bahwa membaca itu terasa ketika kita membaca, apabila dalam bentuk printing atau itu yang tercetak itu. Nah, ini ada Dr. Kamal ini, narasumber juga nanya. Stop bertanya lagi Bapak Ibu ya. Stop. Ya, ini terakhir sudah ini. Ini narasumber kita ini sudah kewalahan ini. Jadi Dr. Kamal bertanya, pertanyaan terakhir, apakah kontribusi perkembangan teknologi dalam kok ada lagi ini? Apakah merusak konsentrasi saya membaca pertanyaan ini Pak Dr. Jo? Ini pertanyaan muncul terus nih. Apakah kontribusi perkembangan teknologi dalam proses kreasi dan juga proses interpretasi puisi hiperteksi? Akibatnya proses kreasi menjadi multimedia. Dan apakah interpretasi juga menjadi multiple ganda? Ya, itu juga. Itu pertanyaan dari Dr. Kamal. Dan pertanyaan paling terakhir, nah, disarikan nanti Pak Dr. Johan, ya disarikan nanti jawabannya. Ya. Saya bertanya agak lama memang, jawabannya disarikan saja ya. Pertanyaan terakhir, saya sependapat dengan pernyataan Pak Dr. Jo yang mengatakan kehadiran gambar akan mengurangi rasa imajinasi penikmat dalam melamunkan isi dari puisi Hujan di Bulan Juni. Silahkan Pak Jo, sebelum ada pertanyaan lagi kita tutup, silahkan dijelaskan.
Ya, baik.
Terima kasih.
Apa sudah nampak di layar ini Adik Fuad ya? Apa yang saya perlihatkan ini? Oh, masih yang ya, video. Oke, saya tutup dulu berarti video. Oke. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, saya akan memperlihatkan salin dia yang pertama sekali saya tayangkan tadi. Yaitu pendapat dari Raman Selden, Peter Widonso, dan Peter Drucker ya. Mereka mengatakan begini, puisi era Renaissance itu cenderung didominasi oleh fitur visual. Kita tahu Renaissance merupakan salah satu era yang banyak dibicarakan orang ya. Kemudian apa yang tadinya merupakan bagian dari teks, meskipun gerakan Renaissance itu terkait dengan banyak hal, tetapi dalam seni itu mereka terlihat sangat menonjol dalam hal membangun gambar, membangun lukisan berdasarkan teks-teks sastra yang mereka baca atau yang mereka tulis juga di era itu. Sementara di era romantik, puisi itu berorientasi pada musik. Apa yang hari ini kita kenal sebagai lagu, sesungguhnya adalah warisan dari era romantik. Karena dalam lagu kita menemukan ada perpaduan antara musik dan lirik. Itu adalah warisan era romantik. Kita masih menggunakan itu. Kita tidak bisa katakanlah mengatakan begitu kita memasuki era yang modern seperti hari ini, yang mau disebut dengan era apapun ya, sesuai dengan nama gerakannya, lalu kita menjadi anti lagu. Itu tentu konyol ya. Orientasi pada seni verbal itu menjadi gambaran dari gerakan realisme. Nah, era realisme itu sangat mengutamakan karya sastranya menjadi verbal. Kita tentu masih ingat ya dengan beberapa gerakan dari para seniman yang menggunakan susunan bangku, itu dianggap puisi ya. Lalu kemudian katakanlah apa yang tadinya sebenarnya lebih tepat disebut patung, tapi kemudian mereka klaim itu sebagai sebuah puisi. Kalau kita kembali kepada buku-buku teori sastra, mereka selalu mendambakan kehadiran kata-kata. Tanpa kata-kata kita tidak bisa memaknai apapun juga. Ini bagi mereka yang pro pada teori sastra. Tadi sudah saya perlihatkan bagaimana Morris dan juga Arset sangat keberatan dengan kehadiran puisi yang ditambah dengan fitur-fitur lain yang dikemas menjadi sebuah puisi videografi itu. Mereka keberatan, mereka merasa tidak bisa menikmatinya. Kalau kita lihat tahun penulisan bukunya di tahun 1977, itu memang masih merupakan era awal dari penulisan hypertext. Jelas ya, Morris dan Swiss itu tidak bisa menikmati bagaimana kemudian teks yang tadinya hanya kita bisa baca, kita tentu menentukan. Sekarang saya baca paragraf pertama, berikutnya paragraf kedua, halaman pertama, halaman kedua. Sekarang tiba-tiba kemudian hak baca kita, hak pilih bacaan kita itu diambil kembali oleh si kreatornya yang memilihkan kita mana bagian yang akan kita baca. Itu tentu tidak menyenangkan bagi mereka di era itu. Tetapi sekarang ya di tahun 2021 ini kita bisa menikmati begitu banyak ragam tayangan seni videografi yang oleh Szymanowski tadi disebut sebagai harusnya pembaca maupun kreator memiliki apa yang disebut oleh Szymanowski sebagai literasi sinematik. Jadi kita para penonton film, terutama Ibu Mira ini ya, itu baru betul-betul merasa film itu bagus. Kebanyakan orang membaca novel, kalau pembaca biasa, itu pasti sangat tergantung pada alurnya. Ini ceritanya tentang apa sih? Jadi bagi seorang pembaca biasa, ceritanya tentang apa? Itu menjadi satu-satunya hal yang penting. Tetapi bagi seorang pembaca yang berpengalaman, jalan cerita itu bukan satu-satunya hal yang bisa diapresiasi dari sebuah novel. Ya, bagaimana pengarang menggambarkan tokohnya, bagaimana dia menggunakan gaya bahasa yang khas, ya, yang sangat nikmat gitu. Misalnya Bapak dan Ibu membaca novel John Grisham. John Grisham itu dianggap sebagai pencerita paling piawai di Amerika Serikat. Ya. Membaca novel John Grisham itu tidak hanya memberi kita kesempatan untuk menikmati bagaimana seseorang pandai bercerita, tapi sekaligus kita juga diberi informasi tentang bagaimana praktik-praktik hukum di Amerika Serikat. Kita mendapatkan dua hal. Itu juga yang bisa kita alami ketika membaca novel-novel dari Dan Brown. Kita memperoleh kenikmatan sastra dan juga kita bisa memperoleh juga informasi yang terkait dengan perkembangan sejarah dan seni. Jadi kita dalam sekali membaca sastra, menikmati karya sastra, itu selalu memiliki kesempatan untuk mendapatkan lebih dari satu hal. Nah, inilah yang ditakutkan oleh Arset ketika ada praktik-praktik puisi videografi itu. Jangan sampai begitu kita membaca puisi hujan di bulan Juni, yang kebetulan sedang hujan misalnya di luar sana, lalu kita baca puisi itu memberi kita kesempatan untuk mengingat banyak hal, ya. Apa yang tadinya tidak terlintas menjadi sekarang terlintas, memberi kita kesempatan untuk merasakan sepi yang mungkin kita butuhkan, untuk membuat kita sadar bahwa kita adalah makhluk sosial, kita harus segera mencoba menghubungi seseorang untuk mengusir sepi kita. Ya. Nah, kalau kita kemudian menikmati puisi hujan bulan Juni hanya dari sebuah tayangan videografi, Bukankah itu membatasi? Ini yang diprotes oleh Asep. Tetapi kemudian kita lihat ada kritikus lain yang justru mendukung kehadiran dari fitur-fitur lain itu malah bagus gitu. Jadi sekarang ini sebagai seorang penikmat ya karya videografi, saya dan Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, saya kira harus terbuka untuk menikmati kedua jenisnya. Ketika membaca sebuah puisi di atas kertas, maka itu adalah kesempatan yang sangat baik bagi kita untuk apa? Untuk menghayalkan, untuk mendalami banyak hal, untuk merenungkan banyak hal yang tidak bisa kita jelaskan bahkan. Nah, lalu ketika kemudian datang kesempatan untuk menyaksikan sebuah puisi dari hasil hypertext ya, maka itu juga menjadi sebuah kesempatan bagi kita untuk melihat bentuk-bentuk dari apa yang disebut oleh Szymanowski sebagai literasi sinematik. Hanya orang yang sering nonton film yang tahu mana film yang bagus. Tanpa belajar tentang film. Pasti tahu film yang bagus itu seperti apa. Hanya orang yang sering membaca novel yang tahu novel yang bagus itu seperti apa. Sesederhana hanya orang yang sering makan martabak yang tahu martabak siapa di Mataram ini misalnya yang enak. Karena senangnya dia makan martabak itu dia melakukan banyak petualangan pencarian martabak. Jadi dialah yang bisa tahu martabak mana yang suka. Tentu bagi orang yang baru makan martabak, itu pasti martabak itu antara sangat enak atau tidak enak sama sekali. Nah, begitu pula dengan puisi videografi ini. Kalau Bapak dan Ibu melakukan petualangan, melakukan pencarian di YouTube, saya yakin Bapak dan Ibu akan menemukan satu puisi videografi versi yang paling Bapak dan Ibu sukai. Mungkin tidak suka dengan versi pertama yang dibuat oleh Afrizal Malna, tetapi mungkin Bapak dan Ibu akan menyukai versi eksperimental berikutnya, ya, yang seperti dilakukan oleh James B. Aditya itu. Atau mungkin Bapak dan Ibu akan menyukai versi videografi yang sangat sederhana. Ada video, ada tulisan, lalu ada narasi, selesai. Atau Bapak dan Ibu bisa jadi menyukai versi yang lebih sederhana dari itu lagi, dengan mengambil potongan film drakor atau film apapun yang disukai, lalu kemudian ditambahkan dengan kata-kata yang juga dibaca lagi. Sudah ditulis, dibacakan lagi. Jadi sesuatu yang jelas diperjelas lagi. Kita tidak pernah tahu apa yang betul-betul kita sukai. Apalagi orang lain mau mencoba-coba membaca kita. Nah, dunia menawarkan banyak hal. Mengapa tidak kita mencoba untuk menikmati apa yang ada tersebut? Terkait dengan pertanyaan Pak Kamal, bagaimana fenomena ini? Saya kira kita harus mengembalikan ini sebagai satu hadiah bagi kehidupan kita. Kita bersyukur hidup di satu era digital yang kita tahu semua tayangan videografi bisa kita saksikan dari ponsel, dan juga kita tahu semua karya puisi-puisi tertulis yang pernah ada itu bisa juga kita nikmati dengan pencarian di Google, itu semua dari ponsel. Begitu pula dengan karya sastra lisan yang antah berantah yang tidak pernah kita saksikan sebelumnya. Itu juga bisa kita peroleh dari Google. Jadi hari ini kita berada pada satu era ketika satu ponsel bisa memberi kita begitu banyak jenis kenikmatan puitis. Ya. Ada begitu banyak tawaran puitis. Jadi mari kita coba menikmatinya. Jangan terlalu pro pada yang tercetak, jangan terlalu pro pada yang tertulis, juga jangan terlalu pro pada yang digital. Nikmati semuanya, karena bagaimanapun juga ini merupakan hasil kreasi manusia. Tidak cocok dengan salah satunya, itu tidak menandakan bahwa itu tidak cocok dengan semuanya. Ya. Boleh tidak cocok dengan karyanya Afrizal Malna, tapi kan cocok juga dengan puisi videografi yang lain. Sehingga mumpung hujan, mari coba buka-buka video dan cari puisi videografi kesukaan Bapak dan Ibu. Saya kira itu yang perlu saya sampaikan, Pak Dr. Amullah.
Baik. Terima kasih Dr. Johan. Kata kunci yang bisa kita ambil dari elaborasi yang disampaikan narasumber kita ialah hanya orang yang terbiasa membaca novel yang tahu mana novel yang bagus, hanya orang yang terbiasa membaca puisi tahu puisi yang bagus, makan martabak tahu terbiasa martabak yang bagus. Nah kita gabung dia sambil makan, sambil baca puisi, sambil makan martabak ini yang penting itu ya. Mungkin kita akan tahu bagaimana perbedaan puisi dan makan martabak di situ ya. Baik, Bapak Ibu partisipan, menarik kalau kita buka terus pertanyaan ini tidak selesai kita, meskipun sudah waktu kita molor 25 menit sudah lebih ini dari jadwal yang kami sudah rencanakan. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu. Mohon maaf Pak Dr. Johan, waktu Bapak habis ini tidak bisa kita tambah lagi. Meskipun peserta saya lihat banyak angkat tangan ini, jadi mohon maaf selaku moderator saya harus mengakhiri pertemuan ini karena MC sudah menunggu saya. Terima kasih sekali lagi atas partisipasi Bapak Ibu dalam pertanyaan yang disampaikan pada Bapak Dr. Johan. Pak Johan, terima kasih banyak. Saya undur diri, diserahkan acaranya ke MC. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, once again, we would like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Johan Mahyudi, MPD, as well as Dr. Amrullah, MPD, for the outstanding session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have almost arrived at the very end of this 2021 International Webinar on Language and Arts. For closing, we have a few announcements to make. First, we'd like to announce that the certificate will take approximately 2 to 3 working days to work on, and therefore we would like to request your patience in waiting for the certificate. And second, the certificate will be sent to you through the WhatsApp group that the committee has provided to you. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a fruitful and inspiring time together, and we now come to the very end of the 2021 International Webinar on Language and Arts. On behalf of the host and the committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation to you all for your support and participation. We would also like to apologize should there be any mistakes on our part. We wish you a pleasant time for the rest of the day, and we hope to see you again in the future events. To conclude this international webinar, let us recite the Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you, terima kasih, sekian dan sampai jumpa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.